your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom. Look at some of the company stories we are following for you. Let's start this from the Journal. The NBA entering its first TV negotiations in a decade. They entered them with something of a problem. The main business partners were on shaky footing. You had TNT parent Warner Brothers Discovery saddled with more than $40 billion in debt. ESPN parent Disney, they were battling a Wall Street activist. Each company was reluctant to pony up the full premium the league wanted, but the NBA quietly laid the groundwork with two other potential partners, Amazon and NBC, who pounced as soon as they got the chance. Well, with negotiations ongoing as the Celtics and the Mavericks prepare to face off in the finals, the league on track to score big. It is closing in on deals with NBC, ESPN, and Amazon that would bring in about $76 billion in media revenue over the next 11 years. Let's move on to Nike. They've cut staff at its European headquarters, part of a multi-year cost-cutting plan at the world's largest sportswear company. The Nike campus in the Netherlands, just outside of Amsterdam, and known internally as EHQ, is home to more than 2,000 employees. Nike's laying off about 2% of the global workforce. It's all part of a plan to slash $2 billion in costs. And finally, the discount retailer Dollar Tree reviewing options for its troubled Family Dollar business, including a potential sale or spinoff. Dollar Tree, bought by Family Dollar for $8.9 billion less than a decade ago, is in what turned out to be an expensive and lackluster acquisition. Family Dollar's been beset by an array of woes, including persistent rat infestation. Never good for a store. That's your company news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We are live from Nashville, Tennessee, from the magnificent Gaylord Opryland Resort in Nashville for BNY Mellon 26th Annual Insight Conference. There are about over 2,000 financial intermediaries from top asset management firms. It's been a lot of fun. We've learned a lot. We hope you guys have too. We also want to go to Michael Barr now for world and national news. Michael?
Alex, Paul, John, thank you so much. We appreciate it. It looks like the third time was the charm.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V.
2 American astronauts are on board the Boeing Starliner with a human crew. It was a successful liftoff from Cape Canaveral in Florida. Veteran astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are now in space. The goal of the week-long mission is to haul a toilet pump essential to keeping water clean aboard the International Space Station. Hunter Biden's ex-wife could testify this morning at the criminal trial of the president's son, accused of lying about his drug use when he bought a gun in 2018. Yesterday, jurors heard the defendant himself describe his former addiction. Prosecutors played clips from Biden's 2021 audiobook of his memoir, Beautiful Things, in which he recounts his descent into crack cocaine addiction the same year he purchased the gun.
I used my superpower, finding crack anytime, anywhere, less than a day after landing at LAX in the spring of 2018.
First Lady Jill Biden and Hunter Biden's current wife sat behind the president's son as the passages were played for the jury. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and opposition Labour Party leader Keir Starmer sparred over taxes, the cost of living, and the country's health system in a televised debate. Sunak on the ITV debate.
Beyond raising your taxes and raiding your pensions, no one knows what Labour would actually do. But you know what I would do. I'll cut your taxes, protect your pension, and reduce immigration.
Keir Starmer.
This election is all about a choice. More of the chaos and division we've seen for the last 14 years, or turning the page and rebuilding with Labour.
The debate to be the next prime minister is ahead of a July 4th election. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with the Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thanks so much, Michael Barr. So here's a fun one. If you're in, say, Paris,
Yep.
and you go to McDonald's, and you want what we would know here as a chicken Big Mac, you can no longer call it a Chicken Big Mac.
Why not?
Because apparently the EU said that McDonald's didn't serve up enough evidence showing that its use of the label for its chicken products over a continuous period of 5 years in the EU. What a weird thing to freak out on.
The burger is regarded as a special edition in the EU, being more widely available in the U.S. and the UK. It features, and we all remember this from the commercial back in the day, 2 chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, and pickles on a sesame seed bun. That was the great tune they had that everybody was saying back in the day. That was some serious advertising. But apparently, I find it just fascinating to stand back and see what the EU finds as issues. They just seem to go pick the weirdest things. Yes, they go after Microsoft 25 years ago for their dominance in software. Now they're going after some of the tech companies, but you're going after the Royale because, you know, that's the quarter pounder since there's no metric system. But the Big Mac,
so,
lay Big Mac?
Apparently, this was a smaller Irish rival called Supermax that claimed that McDonald's had not put the Big Mac trademark into genuine use, hence like over a 5-year period of time, etc. And they initially fought out their dispute at the European Union Intellectual Property Office in Spain and at the EU body's Board of Approval, which my take then is that they've been fighting for a long while on the use of chicken Big Macs.
All right, I don't know. I'm a quarter pounder person myself, but, you know.
I haven't had McDonald's in like decades.
No, I'll do it once a year.
Once a year?
Yeah.
Is there like an occasion for it?
No. I used to be going through airports. That would be your time and your excuse. But now they don't have. Now they have all these high-end restaurants. You can't get fast food. And that was kind of the way, the time you did it. So anyway. All right, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew. That is up right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to the summer of scare tactics. That's what one Republican senator calls it, with a vote today on protecting contraception, the latest in a series of messaging bills from both sides in both chambers that we'll talk about with Jonathan Tamari at Bloomberg Government. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, with big questions today around a possible ceasefire in Israel. Are we closer or further away? We'll dig into it with Bloomberg Government's elections expert a bit later on, Greg Giroux, walking us through primary results today and analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller. So let's get started, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Right now, Charlie Pellet has trading for us in New York. Hey, Charlie.
We're looking at an update. We want to begin with a developing story, major story here in New York. New York Governor Kathy Hochul will delay New York City's congestion pricing plan. That news breaking right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. S&P up 36, up 0.7%. The Dow up 65, up 0.2. NASDAQ up 215, up 1.3%. 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year, 4.73%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.53 the ounce. As for the market backdrop, Liz Ann Saunders is chief investment strategist at Charles Schwab. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
So there's a lot of churn and rotation going on under the surface, rotational corrections. And that's, in essence, where you might find opportunity. But that tells a more accurate story of what's going on than the story you would hear if you're just looking at the index level.
Again, the S&P up now by 36, up 0.7%. HPE after earnings. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise up 12.1%. CrowdStrike after earnings surging now by just about 8.7%. Again, repeating our top story, developing story, New York Governor Kathy Hochul will delay New York City's congestion pricing plan. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here's your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, I appreciate that on the update on the congestion pricing plan. John Tucker got to someone in Albany. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics. We're live from Washington. At the start of what we are hearing is the summer of scare tactics. That's the label from Senator Katie Britt, the Republican from Alabama. Remember, did the official party response to the State of the Union address. Speaking today about a vote in the Senate on the Right to Contraception Act. With this back and forth here, messaging bills from Democrats, from Republicans, from the House to the Senate. Leadership on both sides trying to get rank and file to put their names on things they might not want to in an election year. And that's why we're lucky to have Jonathan Tamari with us, covers Congress for Bloomberg Government, and is in the throes of, I guess, a pretty scary time here, the summer of scare tactics. Jonathan, is there something to be said for that?
Well, I think at very least we could call it the summer of show votes. It's maybe not quite as alliterative, but it is certainly descriptive of what's going to happen in both the House and the Senate. They've really finished with most of the substantive legislation that they had to get done for the year, and everybody's really moving into campaign mode. That means that in the Senate, you're going to see votes like they are today on around women's health, around abortion, around contraception. And in the House, we're probably going to see votes around Israel and the border and the kind of things that Republicans want to talk about. And they're not designed to pass. They're not designed to become law. They're designed to basically put their opponents on the spot to either cross party lines or to force them to take an uncomfortable vote that can be used against them during the campaigns to come. That is the time of year that we have certainly entered here in D.C.
Well, you make a great point. We saw the House yesterday passing legislation that would sanction the International Criminal Court. Remembering the story from a couple of weeks ago, the arrest warrants they were pursuing for Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders, even as they did the same for leaders of Hamas. That passed. Nobody sees it going anywhere in the Senate. So you called it the summer of showboating here. None of this ends up in lawmaking, right? So we're commercial making. These are all for campaign commercials, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, these are votes for campaign ads. These are the kind of things where, you're going to see a super PAC or a candidate say, my opponent, voted X number of times against providing contraception, or voted X number of times against Israel or securing the border. That is certainly what's going to happen. That's part of the power that you have when you control one of the chambers of Congress, is you can set the agenda and you can put the other party in an uncomfortable position. And as I said, both parties realize there's not a lot that's going to happen during an election year when you have split government in the House and Senate. There's not a lot of incentive for either side to give the other party a win. Instead, they're going to try to put them on the spot.
Indeed. And I'm curious to hear a little more about each one of these, by the way. The Right to Contraception Act, Democrats say, is aimed at reversing the impacts of the Dobbs decision. Republicans are calling this the campaign of fear-mongering, talking about undoing religious liberty protections to address a problem that doesn't actually exist. What would this bill do?
The bill is generally aimed at preventing states from barring contraception. Republicans point out that hasn't happened. States haven't done that yet. It seems that there would be pretty high hurdles in many states to accomplish that, even when, we saw that big ruling on IVF in Alabama, one of the most conservative states out there. The state legislature and governor there quickly reversed course and passed a law to restore, the law as it previously was. But this really does dovetail with a big Supreme Court decision that's expected in the coming weeks here about access to the abortion pills. And so Democrats are saying, look, it's a whole new landscape with the end of Roe. You don't know what's going to happen, and we're trying to ensure that certain rights are still allowed in place. And even if it's not necessarily happening at the state level, I think that Democrats believe that there is fear about what could happen based on some of the laws that have passed in this new post-Roe landscape.
So this would protect access to mifepristone, for instance, if we got a Supreme Court ruling against it. The other bill here, you talk about messaging, would sanction the International Criminal Court. Nobody actually sees these arrests taking place. Right, Jonathan? This is a message from the House leadership as they prepare to invite Benjamin Netanyahu to speak to the chamber.
That's right. It's a way for Republicans to signal that they stand strongly with Israel, that they stand unconditionally, unequivocally with Israel, and that they're taking the maximalist position they can to support Israel by sanctioning this court. And it puts Democrats in a bit of a tough position because many of them are critical of Benjamin Netanyahu and his conduct and the way Israel has conducted the war in Gaza. I don't know that they would necessarily go as far as the court in saying that they should be arrested and tried for war crimes, but they're certainly critical of him, and they certainly don't want to take a vote. At least some of them don't want to take a vote that supports him, and there are other Democrats who do, and this is an issue that not only splits the lawmakers, but maybe more importantly, splits a lot of Democratic voters and could kind of fracture the way Democratic voters look at their representatives and how enthusiastic they are in some of these key races. So it's the mirror image of kind of what's going on in the Senate, of Republicans trying to put Democrats on the spot and potentially split them from their liberal wing, from their more independent supporters.
Yeah. Jonathan, great to have you back. Jonathan Tamari at Bloomberg Government. We'll talk a little bit later about primary results in your state of New Jersey. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. I want to keep the beat on the matter of Israel, not the House reaction specifically that we were talking about with Jonathan, but chances for a ceasefire. We sat here together on Friday and brought you the president live from the White House, in which he rolled out a ceasefire proposal that has felt on again, off again, depending on the moment or the day, and the interviews that Benjamin Netanyahu is doing and the speeches that Joe Biden is giving. There's clearly a disconnect, and it's hard to tell if we are closer to a breakthrough or further away from one than we were at the start of this week. Mara Rudman joins us, professor at the Miller Center at the University of Virginia and director of the Ripples of Hope Project, focused on democratic solutions. Mara, it's great to have you back. Welcome to Bloomberg. Do you have a sense of how close we are to something, or are you starting to think there never was a deal?
No, I think we are closer than we have been previously. I believe it is a key inflection point, and I see what President Biden is doing as very skillfully pushing Israel, and in the form of Prime Minister Netanyahu particularly, and Yahya Sinwar, by moving forward and putting out publicly what is this Israeli proposal that he spoke about Friday, and then continuing quite persistently on the same points, on the contours of that proposal, on what it involves. And I think it's meaningful that Bill Burns, our CIA director, is meeting with Qataris and Egyptians, I believe, today in Doha.
Okay. That's actually an important element of this story. When Bill Burns shows up, the gears tend to start turning. But Hamas says just in the last 24 hours that Israel must commit to a permanent ceasefire and full withdrawal from Gaza, which Israel says it is not prepared to do until Hamas does not exist any longer. How do you get past such an obvious standoff here?
That's the art of negotiation, and also that is, I believe, some of the art of what is embedded in this proposal. Phase 2 of the proposal, President Biden, as I heard him Friday, was very careful in the words he chose. He described it in his own words as a ceasefire, and then very quickly quoted from the proposal, which talked about a cessation of hostilities. And as you move from phase 1 to phase 2 of the proposal, there are negotiations to go on essentially what the terms are that would govern phase 2 and phase 3. And as with any very difficult and seemingly intractable issue, you need to find a way to get through what two parties both state as their bottom lines that can be seen as essentially concessions to both parties from whom you have to get agreement. And I think that's what the proposal seems to do as I hear it.
Interesting. This is something that Joe Biden rolled out on Friday as a piece of text that had been authorized by Benjamin Netanyahu's office, and Netanyahu said that as well. How much further did Joe Biden push this three-phased plan in his speech beyond his phone calls with Netanyahu? It seemed to catch Netanyahu off guard.
I think it's unlikely that it caught Prime Minister Netanyahu off guard in terms of the substance of the proposal. President Biden wouldn't have
Did he
come
think
out with
Joe
the
Biden was
proposal.
going to say as much as he did publicly?
Probably not. Exactly. That's where the way in which I think President Biden quite deliberately went to speak to the people of Israel, and frankly to Palestinians as well, since both Israelis and Palestinians, where they are similar is that they are not hearing, for a variety of different reasons, the real bottom lines from the people who are executing at this point, in one case in defending Israel, and in terms of Hamas and Yahya Sinwar in perpetrating this ongoing attack. And so what President Biden did on Friday was both to quote quite specifically from the proposal, which was an Israeli proposal, and at the same time put it in a broader context that could speak to the people who are so directly affected by what is going on.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Bill Burns showing back up at the table. What else do you have your eyes on for signs of hope or otherwise to get a sense of what direction this is moving in?
Well, I view Bill Burns, as you noted, as very important, mostly because I don't think he shows up unless there's something substantive to discuss and go through. I believe that the Egyptians and the Qataris are probably having some challenges from what I have read. Yahya Sinwar has not yet signed off. There may be some promising signs from others than Hamas, but we know that Sinwar, as the perpetrator of the current conflict, is the key decision maker at this point on the Hamas side. And we've heard silence from him, as well as the public statements that you described from Hamas. And at the same time, from Netanyahu, various jockeying inside Israel, which Jake Sullivan, I believe, described today or yesterday as signs of the raucous democracy that is, in fact, and it's a kind way to put it, but what goes on in Israel. So that's important, as are President Biden's meetings in Europe. There are a number of different sidebars that accompany his visit for this 80th anniversary of a key World War II battle. And he also has ongoing meetings. He's got a NATO anniversary coming up. And he's got a G7 summit. So a lot of key discussions with allies at the same time.
Really great point. There are going to be some important sideline conversations happening as we move our way into the G7 as well. Mara, how flexible should we all be here when we consider the proposal versus a final product? We're used to talking about the legislative process on this program every day. When it comes to diplomacy, how much of this is a starting point versus a final product?
I think it's somewhere in between the two, Joe. As with getting to legislation that can, in my mind, and again, this is harking back to a prior life for me on the Hill, you need to get to 60 votes in the Senate generally, if you can possibly do it, as opposed to 51. You want to get to something that can pass under suspension in the House. That often involves finding language that can work for a number of different people from a number of different angles, and it's going to have a certain amount of ambiguity in it. And you need to, in this case with diplomacy, get this process started, get into phase one, get that critical humanitarian aid in, get the hostages out, the immediate group of hostages out, and then dive deeper to iron out the details on phase two. So what I would hope, and my caution would be not to let, from any perspective, the perfect be the enemy of the good, because we need the good to start moving forward.
We talk about the military operation in Rafah. We talk about the diplomacy around a potential ceasefire. Not often enough do we talk about the actual hostages who would be released under a deal like this. Does that remain the primary motivator for Israel?
I believe it's the primary motivator for President Biden. I think in the raucous,
that's a different answer.
As is humanitarian aid. I think in Israel, when Jake Sullivan refers to the raucous democracy, it includes, frankly, the far-right extremists in Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition, who have made very clear, frankly, that their priority is not the hostages. Whereas I think for many Israelis, that is the top priority. And for Prime Minister Netanyahu, he's gone a little bit back and forth on that.
Glad you could come talk to us, Mara. Stay close as we learn more. We could be talking about a breakthrough or a fallout next time we're joined by Mara Rudman. Great conversation with the professor at the Miller Center at the University of Virginia. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're just getting started here on the fastest show in politics with news from Albany. Governor Kathy Hochul is delaying New York City's congestion pricing plan. All right, take a deep breath. We'll go to the source next in New York. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with our developing story. Top story right now, congestion pricing on hold in New York City. Governor Hochul delaying congestion pricing indefinitely. It is a developing story with major reverberations for the tri-state area. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, meanwhile, sending his thanks to the New York governor for pausing congestion pricing. We got more on this developing story coming up in just a moment right here on Balance of Power. Stocks pushing higher with the S&P up 36 now, up 0.7%. Could see a record close. We've got the Dow up 8, little change there. NASDAQ up 230, a gain of 1.3%. 10-year 4.29% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.74%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.53 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 73.77 a barrel on WTI. eBay is going to drop American Express cards as a payment option because of what it says are unacceptably high fees. This according to an email reviewed by Bloomberg News that the online marketplace plans to send to customers. Right now, shares of American Express, they are trading lower today. We've got American Express down 1.2%, eBay down now by 1.4%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 0.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Once again, here's your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. We're live from Washington, but our top story is in New York, where, as you've just been hearing from Charlie, Governor Hochul delaying New York City's congestion pricing plan, and we bring in an expert on this. Michelle Caskey, Bloomberg reporter covering the MTA and congestion pricing, is with us right now with The Breaker. What can you tell us, Michelle?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, this definitely was a surprise to people in the New York City area. Governor Hochul just announced that she is indefinitely pausing the congestion pricing program. There are many drivers who will be happy about this, but also the millions of people who rely on New York City's public transit system. They're wondering now where the money is going to come from to modernize this more than 100-year-old system.
So what led to the delay?
It looks like there were some pressures. Hochul is saying that she's realizing that many families have financial pressures, and she's saying that $15 may not be a lot. A $15 toll may not be a lot for some families, but for other families, families that are living paycheck to paycheck, that's a different story, and that $15 can really hurt.
And this is an indefinite pause, correct? This was supposed to go into effect June 30, but we have no new date.
That is correct. Drivers were going to start paying on June 30th at the end of this month. She's saying this is indefinite, so this is a delay, but she's not giving any new start date. And she's saying that she is working on, with lawmakers, working on some sort of alternative funding plan for the MTA.
If you're with us on YouTube right now, you see images of the tolling gantries that are already set up in Manhattan, which is a real reminder, Michelle, of the investment that's already been made. There's no reversing this, is there?
Yeah, that's exactly it. The infrastructure is already up. The gantries are there, and it appears that they are going to stay there because Hochul she didn't come out and say she's ending this completely. So the infrastructure is there, and it'll be ready to go once Hochul or anyone else wants to
when they get that far, yeah.
When they want to move forward with this.
We've got the matter of funding then, Michelle, but also the governor says that the state will continue to pursue environmental objectives. You referred to this briefly. What does that mean?
The environmental pressures, I'm sorry, is that what you mentioned?
Yeah. Yeah, what will we be studying and what could we learn?
Yeah, the goal of congestion pricing was to reduce traffic, improve air quality, and Hochul's claiming she's going to still continue to work on those goals of congestion pricing. So we'll see what she comes up with. We'll see what new initiative or program she comes up with. But that it wasn't just the money from congestion pricing. There was also this initiative to ease the traffic in one of the most congested areas of the U.S. As of now, ambulances and fire trucks have a hard time getting through Midtown Manhattan. That's a concern.
That's for sure. Michelle Caskey, thank you so much for the breaking news, Michelle. Good reporting with us here on Bloomberg today. We'll have more on this, I can promise you, as Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, slows the roll on the congestion pricing. When we get a new date, and it could be some time before we do, we'll certainly let you know. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we keep the bead on electoral politics today as well. It was a primary night, and maybe not one of the most exciting, but some pretty interesting results that we want to talk about beyond the presidential race with Greg Giroux, our elections expert at Bloomberg Government. Greg, it's great to have you. Welcome back. I don't know what state had your attention the most last night, but I'd love to start with New Jersey, which had probably the closest watched a congressional race here, and that was the son of Bob Menendez, the senator who is now on trial under indictment here. His son, Rob, was a little bit worried about what his father's legal challenges would mean for his campaign, but didn't seem to make a dent, did it?
Yeah, it was that 8th District Democratic primary where Rob Menendez, the senator's son, was running for re-election for the first time, and I was wondering, to what extent, if at all, would Senator Menendez's ongoing bribery trial in New York, how would that rub off on the son? Would what percentage of voters would just try to keep their hands clean of the entire Menendez family? But as it turned out, Rob Menendez won his primary by a double-digit margin over 2 challengers, including the mayor of Hoboken, Ravi Bala, who raised more than $2 million for this primary campaign. So. Yeah. A strong showing by Rob Menendez. It's a very Democratic district, so Congressman Menendez will be on the November ballot and will win easily. The big question, though, is if his father, who has filed the initial paperwork to run for re-election as an independent, will go through with that campaign as his legal travails continue.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Boy, the story yesterday with videotape of him at Morton's Steakhouse on Connecticut Avenue here in Washington, D.C., talking with Egyptian officials about doing favors was a revelation in court yesterday. He, of course, continues to claim innocence in this case, and now on an independent run, Greg, and I'm told that he has no staff, somehow got some of these signatures on his own to get on the ballot. What's this campaign going to look like?
Yeah, it's very much a go-at-it-alone campaign, certainly. I don't think the senator really has a realistic chance of victory. Even, senators who've tried to win re-election as independents is very, very hard to beat back the two major parties. And Senator Menendez did not enter the Democratic primary, which he had really no chance of winning against Congressman Andy Kim, who is the strong favorite to win his seat in November. Senator Menendez only needed to file 800 signatures by Tuesday, primary day, to get on the ballot. And I'll be waiting to see if he actually goes through with this campaign. He can get off the ballot as late as August the 16th. So I will see it when I believe it. His fundraising surely has dried up, and I just don't see a realistic path for him to be reelected, although he could play some sort of a spoiler role, certainly. And I think, Kim is a strong favorite, but has to keep one eye on the senator and what he does.
Spending time with Greg Giroux this day after primary day as well in Montana. Greg, not a shocker, but we can now say officially that Tim Sheehy, the former Navy SEAL, is going to be running against John Tester. Give us the setup for what could be a race that decides the balance of power in the United States Senate.
That's correct. I think this Montana race certainly will be pivotal in determining control of that narrowly divided chamber. John Tester seeking a 4th term. He, as one Montana journalist described in a book, as the master of the close shave, because he's won so many elections by narrow margins in his Republican-leaning state. And this one will be no different. Tester is chair of the Senate Veteran Affairs Committee. Montana has an above-average number per capita of veterans in that state. Tim Sheehy, the Republican nominee, the newly minted candidate, is a former Navy SEAL. And I think that's part of a biography that I think Republicans think will contrast more favorably with Tester than their previous nominees. Tester is running for election in a presidential election year for the first time since 2012, and given the decline of ticket splitting in most states, it's going to be a real challenge for him to win re-election. He'll need to win a lot of Trump voters, and he's already starting to campaign for re-election by kind of reaching out to them. It'll be one of the top races in the country for sure.
Well, that's right, and you can add a couple of other states to that, the Ohio Senate race. And what we are seeing in Maryland is fascinating. I have less than a minute left here, Greg. Are we going to be focused on Larry Hogan's campaign to potentially make modern history, at least recent history, by turning a Senate seat to Republicans? Because he does not apparently have the RNC on his side. Lara Trump says he doesn't deserve anyone's respect because he doesn't support Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I mean, his anti-Trump positioning may be an asset in the race in the sense that he needs to win even more ticket splitters than John Tester would. Maryland is a state that Joe Biden beat Trump by 1 million votes in 2020. So Hogan will need hundreds of thousands of Biden voters to, to vote for him in the general election. It's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, you don't want to antagonize your own base as well. So it's a very, very it's quite the tightrope that Larry Hogan would need to walk to have any chance of winning here. Very, very tough race. I give Angela Alsobrooks, the Democratic nominee, the advantage. But Hogan is the strongest possible candidate the Republicans could have fielded, and it's certainly a race you have to keep an eye on.
We don't get through a primary without talking to Greg Giroux. That's when we know it's official. Greg, thank you. Great to see you. Find his write-up on this on the terminal and online. Bloomberg Government, Congress, and Elections reporter. Let's get you up to date on the news before we assemble our panel. Amy Morris has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. Congestion pricing in New York City, not a done deal after all. Governor Kathy Hochul has delayed the plan that would charge motorists driving into Midtown Manhattan, saying the state is exploring other funding sources for MTA. The congestion pricing plan was set to begin June 30th. Virtually all of the tolling gantries are already installed on Manhattan streets and ready to charge drivers, but Hochul says the tolling program is now paused indefinitely. With a ceasefire proposal on the table between Israel and Hamas, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the decision is now really up to just one side.
At this point, the ball is in Hamas's court. Israel has accepted the proposal. The world has endorsed the proposal. Now it's time for Hamas to say yes to it.
However, Hamas says it will not accept a deal that does not include a clear commitment from Israel for a permanent ceasefire and a complete withdrawal from Gaza. A super political action committee supporting Donald Trump raised $70 million last month. It's outlining a strategy to target voters in key swing states, a sign of how Republicans are seizing on the surge in donations after the former president's criminal conviction in a New York courtroom. The super PAC is called MAGA Inc. and is set to spend $100 million in key states. Global news 24 hours a day whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks pushing higher, could see records today at the close. Right to the numbers here. We've got the S&P up 42 to 53.33. That is a gain of 0.8%. Dow Industrials up 49, up 0.1%. NASDAQ, the standout, up 1.4%, up now by 240 points. 10-year, 4.29%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.74%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.53 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1%, 73.99 a barrel. The world's largest tech companies driving stocks higher. Traders also weighing the latest economic data for clues about the Fed's next steps. Also today, we've got news involving Archer Aviation. Archer says it has received FAA certification to begin operating its electric aircraft in commercial use, moving it a step closer to begin operating its electric air taxi service. Archer plans for its midnight electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to replace 60 to 90-minute auto commutes with 10 to 20-minute air taxi flights. Shares of Archer Air up now by 6.9%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 42, up 0.8%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you as we explore the connection between Albany and New York here, and a breaking story that you heard about first this hour here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Kathy Hochul delaying the implementation of congestion price tolling in New York. And this may indeed have origins here in Washington, not the actual plan, but the idea of delaying it. This is an indefinite delay. We've got an election in November. And I wonder when the new date might fall here, as Politico quotes sources saying that top officials in the governor's office, hearing from Hakeem Jeffries, floating the idea of delaying the pricing plan, as Jeffries, of course, the Democratic leader in the House, minority leader, trying to win back a Democratic majority this year. And hey, guess what, guys? Prices, inflation, for many, if not most voters, is the #1 issue. Let's assemble the panel for their take on this. Jeannie Shanzano, of course, in New York with us right now. Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And back with us, Lisa Camusa Miller, Republican strategist, former RNC communications director, host of the Friday Reporter podcast. It's great to see you both. Jeannie, what do you think? Was the call in Albany coming from Washington?
It very well could have been. You know, it is historic that we have, for New Yorkers, the first Senate Majority Leader from New York that we've ever had. And of course, you just mentioned Hakeem Jeffries. He is a New Yorker as well as Minority Leader in the House, hoping to be Speaker if Democrats take it. So there is a huge voice out of New York in Washington right now. And I think also what you mentioned is the fact that Democrats in particular have got to be looking at these polls, at least they should, and be saying everything else aside, the economy is #1. And when people in 2024 think about the economy and they're concerned, it is all about costs. And to add a $15 cost to somebody's commute is really, really difficult. And I will just tell you personally, I have a son that lives in Lower Manhattan, a big fan of Joe Matthews, and he has been concerned. Yeah, of course he is, Joe. He has been concerned because, you know, like many people in Manhattan, he doesn't have a car, but every time they order something, anything happening at their home, at their apartment, they are being told already for some time now the costs are going to be increasing, and that's including receiving basic packages. But the flip side of that is, of course, we have a real environmental concern. So this is a really, really difficult call, but the governor made it, and of course got some thanks from Governor Murphy across the river, who's equally concerned.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing Lisa Camusa Miller, the New Jerseyan, can relate with that a little bit. You're watching this with me from the nation's capital, Lisa, but if this actually took effect, is this a Republican strategist dream? Here go these Democrats again raising your prices.
You know, Joe, yes, I think so. And the other thing that strikes me here is that if you'll remember, even the threat of legislation or regulation that is going to raise prices sometimes causes companies and businesses like Jeannie mentioned, like the delivery services and some of these others, to inflate their prices or move their prices up in anticipation of that. And so that's the other thing that could very well work against the Democrats if that's the case. But I'll say too, Joe, the one thing that I noticed over the course of this morning's reading and checking in on news, is that it appears that the minority leader and the the majority leader in the Senate and the minority leader in the House are very closely watching and making very smart political decisions about how to help some of their vulnerable members get some even stronger talking points and messages that they can deliver back home as they go home this summer to talk about who needs to get elected and reelected.
So that sounds very realistic to you then, Lisa. You worked for a former Speaker of the House, albeit a different party, but a phone call from the Speaker, or in this case, the minority leader, you're suggesting maybe Chuck Schumer to the governor's office, that's going to be an influential call.
Yeah, and I also think so too, because the governor herself will see that this is something that very well could work to the advantage. I mean, there's so many things at stake here this fall, and this alone is an opportunity to give Democrats a win and give them an opportunity to talk about issues that aren't working against them. I mean, Chuck Schumer is going to call for several votes, up or down votes, and several legislative votes about what's going to happen with contraception and some of these other issues in the Senate. And that, to me, just strikes me as coordinated in a really good for the Democrats way. You know, they've seen the opportunity and they've seen a way that they could get themselves back on track. And that, to me, is sort of how I've put that all together in my own mind.
Donald Trump has weighed in on this, Jeannie. He said he would, quote, terminate it his first week back in office if the congestion pricing, of course, Trump Tower is in the congestion pricing zone there on Fifth Avenue. Does Joe Biden need to say something here for the benefit of Democrats?
You know, I think he can weigh in if he wants. You know, the reality is that it didn't take a lot of convincing for Kathy Hochul to do this, I don't believe. She is, you know, cognizant of the issues surrounding this. And Democrats have a real challenge in New York. Let's not forget, the only reason Republicans have the House right now is because so many Republicans won in a state that otherwise it would have been an enormous shock as we look back at the last election. So this is a challenge for Democrats, and cost is the biggest issue on the agenda. So yeah, we may see Joe Biden weigh in, I don't know, but I also don't want to set aside the important issue of the environment and the fact that there are safety concerns in New York City. You know, it is very difficult for first responders to move through the city in traffic, as it is for anybody in a car. So there are a lot of other considerations, but I think, you know, a real big concern is if you have teachers working downtown and you're going to charge them more, you know, this has got to be something that's addressed, and Kathy Hochul knows that full well. And I would also add, you know, Kathy Hochul is in the mix right now because she's also being called on to pardon Donald Trump from the Manhattan charges. So a lot of focus on poor Kathy Hochul nationally at this point.
This is not a presidential campaign issue, obviously, Lisa, but if Donald Trump is talking about it, does the White House need to weigh in, or Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill doing enough behind the scenes?
I think they're doing enough behind the scenes. I think the president has a lot of other issues to be talking about, and so this is typically what happens in election year too, Joe. Is that if the party is organized, they will have voices all across the country talking about issues that matter, so that can take some of the burden off of the presidential campaign and the candidate themselves to have to talk about these regional issues. He'll talk about it more broadly. He'll talk about, as Jeannie said, it's an environmental issue and the importance of making sure that we're being mindful towards first responders and teachers and other people that could be affected by this kind of regulatory burden. So that, to me, sort of strikes as maybe not something the president will weigh in on, but more so that's how we're seeing Washington weigh in other ways.
Well, it's interesting watching Congress work without making laws, but trying to influence things, and a heck of a lot of messaging that's going on lately, far beyond this. A vote today, we started our conversation with this hour on the Right to Contraception Act in the U.S. Senate. This is a Democratic initiative here
that will not likely lead to a law. It's going to go nowhere in the House. It would help to reverse, according to Democrats, the impact of the Dobbs decision, the sort of spreading impact. It might get ahead of a ruling against mifepristone in the Supreme Court. Senator Katie Britt, the Republican from Alabama, calls this the summer of scare tactics. And the fact of the matter is, we have been seeing this on both sides. The House had its turn yesterday with the vote on sanctioning the International Criminal Court, which wants to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Jeannie, the campaign of fear-mongering, as Katie Britt calls it, will come to a head today with this vote on the Right to Contraception Act. Is this another good moment for Democrats, as Lisa might suggest?
You know, it is campaign season, so they're in full swing. But I would just remind Katie Britt that, yes, this is not going to pass, but the reality is people are scared, to use her word. Why are they scared? A few weeks ago, Donald Trump told a Pittsburgh station that he was open to letting states restrict access to birth control. So I wish I could agree with Senator Britt and say, yeah, this is just a scare tactic, sort of like an empty kitchen, if you will. But it's not. It is the reality.
I don't know if we're getting some music here, but it sounds good to me. Either way, Lisa Camuso Miller, this is the way it goes in a campaign season, right? Should voters expect anything more than what we're seeing right now?
Oh, absolutely. I'm still laughing at Jeannie's the empty kitchen comment, which was pretty strong and pretty hilarious. Well done, Jeannie. No, but Joe, the other thing too is that, look, in every poll, in every study, in every story, in everything you see, the American electorate is not happy with either one of these candidates, right? They wish that we had better choices, different choices. And so in the absence of any real scandal, in the absence of any real anything, and by scandal, there's plenty of scandal, but scandal that people can wrap their brains around and care about, there's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of the up or down votes that are happening for messaging and things that are happening as it relates to whatever it is we can to scare people about, whether it's loss of contraception, whether it's the environmental issues, whether it's, that Democrats are going too far, that there's too much access to the president as it relates to Hunter Biden. We're going to hear it. People are going to be exhausted by the time we get to Election Day. I'm absolutely certain of that.
Yet no laws will be made, and you kind of wonder what it is we're going to come back to in the fall here, if we're going to be talking about government shutdowns or what else, as we spend time with our panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso Miller. From congestion pricing to messaging votes, it's all coming from Capitol Hill at the moment. Joe Biden is overseas, which we haven't had a chance to touch on yet, and he will be speaking tomorrow from the D-Day commemoration, the 80th anniversary. He flew to Paris, landed in France this morning, and will have a lot more to say. Jeannie, it brings us back to this idea of the power of the incumbency and a real opportunity potentially for Joe Biden tomorrow. You can talk about tear down this wall, or even Ronald Reagan's speech, point to Hawk. What can Joe Biden make of this moment?
You know, I think what he's going to make of it is he's going to try to show a real distinction between himself and Donald Trump. I mean, we remember when Donald Trump was over there not wanting to go to the cemetery, worried about his hair. We know his view on our NATO allies. This is, of course, one of the trips that it's going to be taken at a time when so many of the veterans are elderly. So we don't know how many more years we will have veterans from that war left. And of course, it's a time when Russia and Ukraine are still in war, in Europe. So it is an important moment, certainly, for Joe Biden and the world, and also for him politically to say, I am a very, very different president, and I'm a very different leader than Donald Trump. And that's particularly important for our NATO and European allies.
Well, we'll have a lot more for you on that as we make our way through the next 24 hours. A very impressive display that we're going to see tomorrow as our allies come together in Normandy to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, and to see these 100-year-old, in some cases older veterans making their last trip there has been a really incredible American moment that we'll all be able to share together here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you came along. It's the Wednesday edition, Balance of Power. Breaking news in New York. Congestion pricing will be delayed as we connect the dots back to Washington. Stay with us for our second hour as we also introduce our global television audience. And we'll have more time with Jeannie and Lisa, only here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the summer of scare tactics, at least says one Republican senator. With a vote today on protecting contraception, one of a series of messaging bills we've been following here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, and it seems we're getting one of these a day, although this is specific, Kaylee, to reproductive rights and one of the biggest issues on the campaign trail.
Yeah, the Right to Contraception Act is what the Senate is going to try to pass today. The issue is It needs 60 votes to do so, and it's unclear whether any Republicans are going to get on board with, as you suggested, Joe, is something that is largely a messaging bill, an attempt by Democrats to get Republicans on the record on an issue that pertains to reproductive health, because we know this is a problem area for the GOP in this election year.
You could argue a messaging bill yesterday in the House to sanction the ICC for trying to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. And it kind of brings us back to this greater issue, Kaylee, in a world in which probably not a lot's going to get done the rest of this Congress.
Yeah, of course, funding's already done. They got the supplemental aid for U.S. allies passed. Therefore, we might be waiting until the lame duck session after the election for any real legislative work to continue, although there is a funding deadline on September 30th, and they're going to have to either kick the can or actually do some work between now and then to keep the government open. But
start placing your bets now.
Probably a problem for another week. Let's get an update on trading now. Charlie Pellet is up in New York with a look at the markets. Hey, Charlie.
And good day to you both. A lot of green on the screen right here. In fact, the S&P 500 index is set for its 25th record this year. We are trading above the old record of 53.21. NVIDIA leading a rally in mega caps. Apple up for an 8th consecutive session. Here's where we stand. S&P at 53.34, up 42 now, up 0.8%. The Dow little changed, up less than 0.1%, higher by 14 right now. NASDAQ ripping higher by 255 points, up 1.5%. World's largest tech companies driving stocks toward records. Right now, the 10-year's yielding 4.29% with a 2-year, 4.73%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.52 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 74.03 a barrel. I mentioned big tech giving stocks a lift. Case in point, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise after earnings up now by 12.9%. CrowdStrike after earnings up now by 10%. So again, recapping, we've got a tech-fueled rally underway right now. NASDAQ up 1.5%, S&P higher by 0.8%. Balance of Power continues now. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. I have to say, here in Washington, we're still paying a lot of attention to what's happening up in New York, because big news from Governor Kathy Hochul today, Joe.
Yeah, no doubt.
Indefinitely postponing the congestion pricing tax that was set to go into effect at the end of this month.
That's right.
Obviously was going to raise a ton of money, funnel it towards transit. Climate activists were happy about it, and yet it also could have had some negative political implications potentially for, say, vulnerable Democrats in the state of New York. And I wonder how that factored into this decision.
Look, there's some reporting on this. Politico says that the call came from Washington, potentially in a world where pricing is the number one issue. And for Democrats, you have this deal with a lawsuit already in place from the state of New Jersey. Maybe not a great look when you're trying to win a Democratic majority in the House. Whether Hakeem Jeffries was directly involved, not something that we can verify, but there's a lot of messaging coming out of the House right now and the Senate, as we discussed earlier. And that's why it's good to have Megan Scully with us. Edits our congressional coverage here in Washington, D.C. I guess you pick your issue or pick your day, pick your chamber, pick your party. Everyone has a message to send now.
Absolutely, and we're seeing it in both chambers. This week it seems to be a lot of social issues, whether it's on spending bills in the House or on votes on contraception and IVF and whatnot that are planned in the Senate.
Well, on the contraception, the Right to Contraception Act is what the Senate is going to be voting on today. Is it likely that it will pass, or Republicans are going to not vote for it and say that it was all just, election year gimmicks on the part of Democrats, even if it could hurt them being on the record voting against access to contraception?
I think we're going to see it probably not getting the 60 votes necessary. Even if it were to, it would not pass in the House. This bill isn't going anywhere. It's a pure messaging bill, and it's something we're going to see more and more of in both chambers. Chuck Schumer himself has said they plan several votes over the next several weeks, specifically targeting these issues.
Messaging comes in a lot of different forms. You could hold a hearing, too, and we see a lot of those. That's kind of been a full-time occupation for the Judiciary Committee and for the Oversight Committee, whether it's Hunter Biden we're talking about. In the case of this week, Merrick Garland, which was kind of the most recent example of a hearing moving far away from what its intended purpose originally was, just so we could browbeat a member of the administration. So we're not making laws, we're making commercials.
Absolutely. You're seeing campaigning essentially move to Capitol Hill, even though technically they're not supposed to be campaigning from the Capitol. This happens every cycle. This year, given the stakes with the presidential election year and both chambers in play, we're seeing it a little earlier than usual, I think.
Well, given that it is an election year, it also raises the question around the funding battle to come, considering September 30th is the end of the fiscal year, the deadline to fund the government for the next one that comes, 5 weeks out from Election Day. So everybody assumes that the can will be kicked down the road. And yet we are seeing the House, as you suggested earlier, trying to move today on at least one appropriations bill. Should we take this as a sign that they're getting ahead on their work, or they're just starting what could be a very bitter partisan fight early?
I would say starting a bitter partisan fight early. The bill that passed the House today, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill, is the least contentious of all of the spending bills. It's usually the bill that they use as the engine to push other spending bills through. And it is locked in a bitter partisan debate. The White House has threatened to veto it because it cuts military construction spending. It also has language in it, policy language, strongly opposed by Democrats to really restrict diversity and inclusion efforts. It would ban any gender-affirming care or taxpayer dollars being used for gender-affirming care at the VA, and a litany of other things that Democrats really oppose, but that Republicans can use to sell to their base.
The word from Katie Britt was the scary summer. Let me get it. The summer of scare tactics and a campaign of fear-mongering, she called this vote today on contraception. But that's essentially what we're hearing from both parties. They seem to agree on that.
Yes. I
mean,
they're both equally
messaging.
Yes, they're both equally using their majorities in each chamber to send these messages, to really mobilize their base and to use this for fundraising. You know, we saw last week with Trump's conviction and how Republicans were actually, both sides were able to mobilize quickly on that, to rally their bases, to raise money. And we're going to see that on all of these very high-profile bills that are not going to become law.
So much to look forward to. Bloomberg's Megan Scully, who leads our congressional coverage. Thank you so much. And of course, Joe, you brought this up with Megan just a moment ago. The pretty contentious hearing we saw in the House Judiciary Committee yesterday when the Attorney General Merrick Garland was testifying in exchanges that sometimes got pretty fiery, including this one with Republican Congressman from Florida, Matt Gaetz.
Our concern is that the facts and the law aren't being followed. A target is acquired. Here, Trump.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with anything you just said, but I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay, so you won't comment on it, Mr. Attorney General, but you had no problem dispatching Matthew Colangelo. Who's Matthew Colangelo?
That is false. I did not dispatch Matthew Colangelo.
Matthew
That's
Colangelo.
false.
Matthew
False.
Colangelo.
For more reaction to what we saw yesterday and what we continually see in terms of messaging from Capitol Hill, pleased to say former Congressman Denver Riggleman is with us, of course, former Republican from Virginia. Welcome back to Balance of Power, sir. Great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. Whether it is what went down in the Judiciary Committee yesterday with Merrick Garland in the hot seat, or just what we have heard over the course of the last almost week from congressional Republicans in the aftermath of Donald Trump's guilty verdict in New York last week, what do you make of it all?
I think, by the way, thanks for having me on again. It's always great to be here with you all. I think when they saw the polling after Trump's conviction, I think you're seeing some panic, especially from the questions. And what you see from people like Matt Gaetz or Marjorie Taylor Greene is really not just panic. It's just throwing out as much, it's almost like throwing out as much opaque disinformation or just asking questions, which is what they always say, in order to get talking points for their own fundraising, to make sure that they keep President Trump happy in Mar-a-Lago, and it really has nothing to do with facts. The issue is a lot of the American public can't discern between facts and fiction when you actually have leaders of the free world, congressional representatives, putting that kind of stuff out. But I think what you're saying really is panic questioning and panic screaming going on from a lot of the far right, especially those close to Trump and Mar-a-Lago. And that's what I make of it, because that's what they do, right? You're messaging to your constituency, not necessarily, to the American public at large.
Well, I'll tell you, Denver, it's good to have you back. While we're talking specifically about this Merrick Garland hearing yesterday, Andy Biggs, Chip Roy, Tom Massey, 3 members of the Freedom Caucus, sent Merrick Garland a letter about January 6th I brought this up yesterday. I don't mean to belabor it, but you were deeply involved in the investigation into the January 6th riots. And they said in this letter that they wanted to explore the FBI's possible involvement in facilitating the events of January 6th. The involvement in facilitating the sacking of the U.S. Capitol. We've heard this from certain members of Congress before, that there were unmarked vans, that there were FBI agents in the crowd trying to stir all of this up. But this is now going to be on the record from this hearing, Denver. What do you do with that?
I think you do exactly what you should do as a sane, rational human, is you scoff it and you destroy them with facts and data. And the facts and data are this. Did they read the over 1,000 charging documents? Have they actually read the sentencing guidelines? Have they seen the evidence? Do they know the number of weapons that were there? Are they really going to go down this QAnon rabbit hole of a deep state globalist false flag, which is exactly what they're inferring, because they're talking to a base that's breathless with this kind of belief systems. This is a religion now. I would say that, when you're talking about J6, when you're talking about QAnon, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to make J6 people into veterans of some kind of political war where they were on the right side of history. And a lot of that has to do with making Donald Trump happy. This all goes back to Mar-a-Lago. It all goes back to their fundraising. It goes back to their polling. It goes back to cynicism. And the very fact, either they're deliberately obtuse, either they're stupid, right, or they're cynical, right? And all that is not good for the American public. But the fact that they're going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole in 2024 when everything has been debunked and it's absolutely ludicrous, maybe they're watching Skinwalker Ranch too much. I think maybe that's where we're at right now as far as these congressional representatives.
But it's not just members of Congress, Denver. You also have former President Trump repeatedly referring to those who've been incarcerated because of their involvement in January 6th as hostages, especially considering this happened 3.5 years ago, and we are still relitigating the events surrounding it. What exactly happened? Who was involved? Who was at fault? And this is still an ongoing live conversation, and Donald Trump uses language like that still to this day repeatedly. Is it too late at this point? We're too far gone for the truth to really permeate?
Yeah, it's a great question. A lot of this is already baked in, and I've been telling people this, and we've talked before. The best question, right, is the fact is that people believe that J6 was some peaceful tourist thing that a couple people got out of hand. I don't know how we turn that regardless of evidence, right? And what Trump is saying to his supporters and what his congressional sycophants are saying is, don't believe your lying eyes, believe us. You got to remember, too, is Donald Trump's the same guy who retweeted that, Obama and Biden killed SEAL Team 6. I mean, this isn't a guy, he's either, again, completely cynical and know he's lying, an incredible grifter of disinformation, or he's fairly ignorant, right? He definitely has, he's one piece of wood shy of a cord, right? I mean, that's the only way that you can look at this. And I think, again, we have to be brutally honest about what we're seeing. We're seeing disinformation and conspiracy theories being propagated from the former president of the United States all the way down to congressional members and to leaders of the Republican Party.
Well, it's interesting, Denver, you hear this line, you take people at their word, believe people when they show you who they are. Donald Trump was talking to Newsmax and floated the possibility of imprisoning his political opponents if he becomes president again. This is not new. He said not that long ago, it was in June, I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of America, Joe Biden. Do you take him at his word?
Yes. I mean, he likes to do what he says. A lot of it's ridiculous and it's half-baked. I think what you're going to see the difference, though, between 2016 and 2024, if, Donald Trump is to win, is that the cabinet he picks, he's going to value loyalty over any type of competency. And I think that's what should worry individuals, is that if anybody like the Kash Patels or Rick Grenells or Mike Flynn's are in the conversation for being on the cabinet, that's a real issue. Or the Matt Gaetzes, right, which has been in the conversation. I mean, you have really some of the least talented individuals to ever serve in the American government that would actually be in there, and also completely under the thumb of Donald Trump and his sycophants, right? And you see the RNC's already bought by it. So, believe in what they say. How about this, though? And I'm going to ask you all this, too, and I know you're asking me questions. I'm sorry, but somebody who even says that and doesn't mean it, what's wrong with them, right? Is that a joke, right? And that's the thing too, is that you're saying, well, do you believe him? Yes, but if he's just spouting BS, why would somebody who actually held the highest office in the land be saying that anyway? It's irresponsible. And it goes to a judgment, and maybe his advanced age, and maybe he's losing something upstairs.
That's the knock, Kaylee, that you hear, or the response that you hear. It's either locker room talk or he's joking around. Take the man seriously, not the message. Isn't that the line we used to hear?
Yeah,
That's what we
repeatedly.
always
Denver, do you
heard.
have more on that?
No, exactly right. No, I was just listening to you, and that's exactly right. I mean, you're on it, right? Is that then they'll say, well, he's just joking. Goodness gracious. They say the worst, most awful, horrible things that goes after the very structures of our American institutions and government, and then somehow it's a joke. It's the same thing that the incels pull. It's the same thing that QAnon conspiracy theorists pull. It's just the same thing, and it's just the same people doing the same thing and pushing the same message every day.
Well, and one of those messages is the unfairness of the U.S. justice system, the idea that it's being weaponized against Donald Trump specifically. And yet a member of the Biden family is currently in trial in Delaware. Hunter Biden, Denver, we should disclose, I believe you know him quite well, but especially given what we have seen, the panic you were describing in the aftermath of Trump's guilty verdict. What happens if A, Hunter Biden is convicted of these federal gun crimes with which he's charged, or if he's not, if he's found innocent? Does that just make all of this worse?
I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, and again, it's pretty interesting. What if he's convicted and goes to jail? What if he's convicted and gets probation? What if he's convicted and gets community service? What if he's convicted and gets counseling? What if he's not convicted? All these things, I think, have different levels of response. What's going to be very difficult for any Trump apologist or messaging if Biden is convicted at all, number one. Wow. That's, it's going to take away a huge talking point. And I think, by the way, if we can go full circle, I think that's why they're going after Merrick Garland. They need another target because the Biden impeachment stuff is over. It's been proven completely ridiculous. All the laptop stuff's gone, right? So now what you have right now is that they're trying to actually latch on to something. But if Hunter is actually convicted of this gun charge, and you have to let law and order take its course, right? And President Joe Biden said that too. If he's convicted of this and gets probation, and it's pretty dire, I think it's going to be very difficult for any of the MAGA types to actually go after it. If he gets jail time, which would be very unfortunate based on his addiction and this gun charge, that would be something. But you know what I find amazing is that the Lindsey Grahams and people like that are starting to come out saying, why are they actually going after him based on this gun charge, where I think it's just so little people have actually been actually prosecuted for this. So I think you're seeing a real issue here. Hunter could be found guilty. If he gets probation or jail time, I think it's going to be very difficult for the Trump acolytes to actually play what's going on with Trump in a good way. But if he's innocent, I think then you're going to see conspiracy theory screaming happening at the top of everybody's lungs. I mean, hair on fire ridiculousness.
Come back and see us when we get a verdict. Denver, it's good to see you. Denver,
I'd love to talk
former
about
Republican congressman from Virginia. It's always a pleasure to get you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. Never a dull moment, Kaylee, even when we're not making laws in Washington. I think we've learned here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Messaging bills.
That's correct. With a
Is
lot
the name
more
of the game.
where those came from. Stay with us on the fastest show in politics. We'll assemble the panel next. Jeannie Shanzano, Lisa Camusa Miller with us today, only on Bloomberg.
9:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Could see records today. S&P 500 on track for its 25th record this year as NVIDIA leads a rally in mega caps. NVIDIA right now up 3.7%. Apple up for an 8th consecutive session, its longest winning streak since March of 2022. But right now we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average just turning negative, lower now by 15 points, down less than 0.1%. Little changed. The S&P up 39, gain there of 0.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index higher now by 244 points, up 1.5%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.74%. Spot gold up 1.1%, 23.53 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, 74.17 for a barrel of WTI. The discount retailer Dollar Tree is reviewing options for its troubled Family Dollar business, including a potential sale or a spinoff. Dollar Tree, they're down now by 4.2%. So again, recapping, S&P 500 on track for a record, up 40 points right now to 53.32, a gain of 0.8%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. We're up until last Thursday, we were all captivated by the proceedings in New York of the first ever criminal trial of a former president. And of course, it was on Thursday that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. We know very well how Donald Trump feels about this conviction. He plans to appeal it. He maintains his innocence of these crimes and also continually suggests that this is a persecution, a political persecution, that the justice system is being weaponized against him. And it raises the question whether he would look to potentially weaponize it in return if he does indeed win another go at the White House come November. He was asked a question about this in an interview on Newsmax yesterday, and this was his response.
Nobody wanted to bring it until I decided to run, and then was beating everybody by a lot, and then was beating Biden by a lot in the polls. But, you know, it's a very terrible thing. It's a terrible precedent for our country. Does that mean the next president does it to them? That's really the question.
He said more than that. That's really the question. It's very possible that it's going to happen to them. And this is not new, Kaylee. The former president already said in the wake of the documents case being announced, quote, "I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of America, Joe Biden, and go after the Biden crime family," unquote. Tying in Hunter Biden as well into the conversation as we assemble our panel for their take on this and some of the other stories we're following. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, joined today by Lisa Camuso-Miller, Republican strategist, former communications director at the RNC, host of the Friday Reporter podcast. I guess we get back to a question I already asked Denver Riggleman earlier this hour, Lisa. Do you actually take Donald Trump at his word?
I absolutely do. I absolutely do. I thought Denver's comments about the former president were absolutely spot on. I thought that he was right. I think that it's a calculated mistake that members have made and Republicans have made over and over again to not accept him and not take him for his word. If you and I remember, the three of us, four of us probably were on just months ago talking about the fact that the reason why people were speculating that Donald Trump got into the race as early as he did was because he was already anticipating that there were going to be charges brought against him. And he was seeing that as an opportunity to perhaps make sure that some of that didn't happen to him. And now, of course, it has. And he's changing history just like he always is. He changes the rules and he changes the sort of the facts to his own benefit. So, yes, I think we should accept him for his word, at his word. And I think that it's the challenge that I think Republicans are going to have to make over and over again about how much they defend what he has to say, because he keeps saying these things that are concerning and that are worrisome. The American people don't want more investigations. What they want is for the American electeds to get back to work and to help them with the issues that they are elected to fix, right? And so this just becomes another back and forth between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and it's going to continue to go on. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, is that this is the kind of election that we're going to see over and over again, the back and forth, and Donald Trump creating sort of these stories that are going to be ones that we have to respond to.
Well, Jeannie, when we consider the prospects of this actually happening, should Donald Trump win in November, isn't this just as much about who he surrounds himself with, who would be leading Donald Trump's Department of Justice as Attorney General?
Absolutely. And he said that. He said you get the right person in there. He equated it to getting the right builder, the right contractor in place. You can do great things, he said. And so this is another one of those norms that Donald Trump has said that he will break if he goes back to the White House. And when you think about it, this is not just Donald Trump, and I want to stress that. You are hearing it all throughout his base, from Steve Bannon, who is a big voice for Donald Trump's base, who are talking about prosecuting and jailing Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA. You're also hearing calls for Republican, red state public officials, DAs, if you will, to start charging Democratic public officials. So this is a real possibility, and I would just stress it is much, much bigger than Donald Trump, although he is certainly the leader at this point in terms of this movement.
Yeah, Jeannie, referring to comments from Steve Bannon, talking with Axios, Kaylee, pretty remarkable here about Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. The quote, "Of course Bragg should be and will be jailed," he said in this interview, pointing to the 14th Amendment equal protection, the 4th Amendment outlawing unreasonable searches and seizures, plus, quote, scores of other laws. Jeannie, should the Manhattan DA prepare to go to jail if Donald Trump's elected?
I hope not. I have big questions and challenges with the prosecution, but, that is not the response. But this is the reality we are living in, and you're hearing this. And the fact is, Steve Bannon has a big microphone, as do so many other people who are making these cases. I will just point to the head of the Federalists, for instance, who has made similarly really upsetting and frustrating comments. And so I think people have to think about this as they go to the ballot box and have a choice that many Americans aren't happy about between Biden and Trump.
Well, and one of the reasons many Americans aren't happy about those choices is because the majority of them both think these candidates are simply too old. But that seems to be a problem much larger for Joe Biden, who is 81, and perhaps that problem exacerbated by reporting today in the Wall Street Journal, the headline reading, "Behind closed doors, Biden shows signs of slipping." Now, in the contents of the article, while they detail a number of meetings that happened at the White House, characterizations largely from Republicans about how those went down, it does say most of those who said Biden performed poorly were Republicans, though some Democrats said he showed his age in several of the exchanges. So, Lisa, we have to consider that there are caveats in this reporting. Even Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker Emeritus, suggested a number of Democrats spent time with the Wall Street Journal and did not have their views adequately expressed. But isn't this damaging nonetheless?
It's absolutely damaging. But this is the Wall Street Journal, which to me is another sort of outreach and another sort of voice that people look to for Republican points of view, regardless of how you feel about the Journal or how you feel about the ownership of the Journal. It is one of those things that people are starting to say maybe that's a little bit irresponsible for them to have talked about that and not necessarily about how his administration is governing. But there's other questions about all of this, right? I mean, we have to consider the fact that people are starting to think about either one of these candidates. I think the reality is that either one of these candidates stands a chance of not making it through the next 4 years. And that means we have to consider who is their vice president and who is underneath them and who is working with them in their cabinet. And those kinds of things are even unknown on the Republican side at this point.
Well, it is interesting here, as the article notes itself, quote, "Most of those who said Biden performed poorly were Republicans," unquote. The White House, Jeannie, with a statement calling the claims, quote, "false and politically motivated." But does it matter? Or is this welcome to the NFL?
It's campaign season.
Yeah.
I think that the Journal can be questioned for only quoting Republicans, sure. The White House and others are trying to spin this as a political hit job. But I would just suggest that you look at those two reporters, those two journalists. There is nothing about their past work that suggests a political hit job. Annie Linsky in particular, about both of them. And I have a lot of respect for both of them. The fact is that Wall Street Journal is not alone today. There is also a transcript out from a Time magazine interview the president did, which is raising big questions amongst people. And you can criticize the Biden team and Joe Biden for not being accessible to the press to the extent that they should, which is helping fuel these problems. So, you know, I am not sure. I think all of the Democratic pushback on this, I really raised questions about. Just yesterday, the House was talking about release the Her interview. Why not? I still don't understand why not release it. It suggests that it is that bad. So I think the White House is walking into this. I am not suggesting there's truth to the fact of what people are saying about Joe Biden, but please make yourself more accessible. It makes the debate much more important. Talk to the press. You are president of the United States. You've done very good things. And the American public deserve that because, quite frankly, you're in your 80s running for president and asking for another 4 years. So I just mostly want to say that those journalists have my respect. And this is something that I have a problem with, the attacks on the journalists in particular.
Very well said. Jeannie Shanzano, thank you so much for joining us alongside Lisa Camuso-Miller today, our wonderful political panel. Great to have both of you. And of course, Joe, we should point out, Jeannie's in New York. Lisa's from New Jersey. There's been a lot of news in that region today as Kathy Hochul pauses the congestion tax.
That's right. They had the gantries already up there.
Yeah.
It's supposed to start June 30th. Now it's an indefinite wait. What are the chances this might be scheduled for after November, I wonder?
It's an excellent question as we consider the implications for all of the incumbent representatives in the state of New York. That's something we'll continue to explore for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. First, though, let's get an update on world and national news. Amy Morris has that for in the 99 One newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylin, you're absolutely right. This is what everybody's talking about. Those tolling gantries are in place. The congestion pricing set to begin in New York City on June 30th, but New York Governor Kathy Hochul has delayed implementing the plan indefinitely. It would have been the first system in the whole country designed to charge motorists who are driving into the city, raising money to improve the mass transit system. U.S. veterans who stormed the beaches of Normandy are in France for the 80th anniversary of D-Day tomorrow. Many of the veterans are now more than 100 years old. Ceremonies are planned to mark the 80th anniversary of the important World War II turning point. President Biden is there, too. He'll be among the world leaders in France to attend those ceremonies. He arrived in France today for a 4-day visit, including those ceremonies, a meeting with France President Emmanuel Macron and Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky. And testimony is underway in Hunter Biden's gun trial. Cross-examination of an FBI agent questioned about messages that he sent around the time of the gun purchase in question. Prosecutors say the president's son had a drug problem that was ongoing when he lied on a form to buy the firearm. Hunter Biden says he's being unfairly targeted by the Justice Department. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average back in the green. S&P, NASDAQ both moving higher. S&P on track for its 25th record this year. NVIDIA leading a rally in mega caps. Apple shares are gaining, up for an 8th consecutive session. Right now, the S&P's up 47, up 0.9%. Dow Industrials higher by 32, up 0.1%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 282 points now, surging by 1.7%. 10-year yield at 4.29% now, with the 10-year at 4.74%. Gold up 1.1%, $23.53 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, $74.08 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 1.5%, 71,511 now on Bitcoin. Alphabet has named Anat Ashkenazi as its new chief financial officer, replacing Ruth Porat, who announced last year she would be stepping down from the role. Ashkenazi is a former CFO and executive vice president at Eli Lilly, where she worked for more than 23 years. Alphabet shares, they're up now by about 0.7%. Again, recapping, tech rally underway, S&P up 0.9, NASDAQ up by 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here are your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you as always, and thank you for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio, the fastest show in politics, live from Washington with a vote that we are anticipating later today in the U.S. Senate on the Right to Contraception Act. We've been talking about this a bit today because it's being looked at as a messaging bill. Democrats say it would make it federal law that an individual has the right to obtain contraceptives and engage in contraception. Kaylee, I'm not sure this would even be an issue if Donald Trump hadn't said in that interview that he might move to outlaw contraception, but then he walked that back. The fact of the matter is we're anticipating a really important ruling on mifepristone, the abortion pill, from the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's due by the end of the term, so we should have an answer on that from the High Court by the end of June. But all of this, Joe, spells out how just confusing the law can be in many cases in a post-Dobbs America since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So we wanted to get some expert insight into this. I'm pleased to say joining us is Mary Ziegler. She is Martin Luther King Jr. Professor of Law at the University of California at Davis and the author of a number of books, including Roe, The History of a National Obsession. Professor, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you. Can I first just ask you, considering that this has probably very little likelihood of becoming law, even if it got through the Senate, probably wouldn't pass the House, if it doesn't become law, is there not legal protection nationally for contraception in a post-Roe America?
Yeah, there is, right? So the Supreme Court hasn't overruled its decisions on the right to contraception from 1965 and 1972. I think the reason there's been some anxiety about it is because the logic of the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade essentially said we only have rights that were recognized as rights at the time the 14th Amendment was ratified. And if that's how the Supreme Court is actually going to approach rights going forward, no one would have thought there was a right to use contraception in 1868 or 1865, right? It was at pretty much precisely that time that states were actually criminalizing access to contraception for the first time. So I think there's some fear that down the road, the court may reconsider its rulings on contraception. There's also some concern that states are redefining contraception. In other words, there are concerns that conservatives believe that the morning after pill is an abortifacient, or the birth control pill is an abortifacient, or IUDs are abortifacients. And so while they may not pass laws banning contraception, they may pass laws redefining contraception in ways that threaten access to common FDA-approved drugs.
Well, as we've seen so many states act in the wake of the Roe ruling, what's your take on this actual piece of legislation? Is this something that's necessary on the federal level?
Well, I'm kind of torn about it because, I mean, on the one hand, to your point, this is obviously a messaging bill. I think Democrats have introduced this bill in part because they know Republicans will vote against it. But at the same time, the fact that Republicans will vote against it is revealing in and of itself, right? I mean, we've seen the equivalent strategy unfolding at the state level as many state right to contraception bills have also been defeated in state legislatures by Republicans who claim to support the right to contraception. Now, some of the Republican response is to simply say there's no need for these bills because the right to contraception is already protected. And that's true as far as it goes, but the same also applied to same-sex marriage, and Congress did pass protections for same-sex marriage, even as Republicans claimed that those protections were unnecessary. I think the reason you're seeing a different response from Republicans to some extent is because some of their constituents are either worried about what they view as conscience-based objections raised by conservative Christians who don't support contraception, or they're concerned about the objections of constituents who see a lot of common contraceptives as abortifacients and therefore on the merits don't support right to contraception bills. So I think this is both a messaging bill and a messaging bill that's exposing that Republicans are more uncomfortable with this issue than they'd like to admit. And that might help make sense of what you saw former President Trump do, right? And making a statement that he would think about how to regulate contraception and then walking it back because he's probably not up on exactly how complicated the feelings of the Republican base could be on some parts of this issue.
Well, we've also seen some complications around Republican messaging on IVF in particular after, of course, the ruling in Alabama earlier this year. Even though IVF protections have been put back into place in that state, there was efforts to protect that federally that haven't necessarily been able to find further progress on Capitol Hill. Mary, how should we think about that issue in particular and where the conversation around in vitro fertilization goes from here in a post-Dobbs world?
Yeah, I think that, again, the idea that there's no threat to in vitro fertilization, which is something you're also hearing Republicans saying, is a little bit misguided. We've seen, for example, prominent figures in the Southern Baptist Convention, which is the largest conservative Christian denomination in the United States, announcing that they're going to be pushing for a resolution condemning in vitro fertilization and urging conservative Protestant churches to begin lobbying for state laws prohibiting or regulating in vitro fertilization. We've seen prominent campaigns announced by anti-abortion groups to either litigate to establish that fetuses and embryos are persons and that in vitro fertilization is potentially unconstitutional, or urging legislatures to introduce new restrictions on it. And so I think as a result, the in vitro fertilization restriction issue is a long way from over. Even in Alabama, there's new litigation seeking to establish that Alabama's new law protecting IVF providers violates the state constitution by denying embryos constitutional rights. So the conversation in the states is a really complicated one, even if it's not one that's likely to change anything imminently, because voters do support in vitro fertilization. I think, again, Republicans are in a tricky place on this because there's so much popular support for IVF, but a lot of conservatives in base voters view IVF as contradicting the principle that a fetus or embryo is a constitutional person, which is what many of them believe in the context of abortion as well. So you're likely to see, I think, Republicans continuing to thread this needle of saying they support IVF while being unwilling to actually introduce legal protections for IVF that would be unpopular with some of their constituents.
Well, lastly, Mary, as senators are asked to put their name on the record here on where they stand, Patty Murray, who chairs the Senate Health Committee, says Americans, quote, will be watching closely as this vote takes place. Is she correct?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's unclear if Americans take seriously threats to contraception. I think that the threats are not imminent, but they're real. And so I think it may be a question of whether Americans are watching now or whether they will look back on this vote later when there maybe are some of the moves to address contraception come to fruition. This vote may look very different in historical context to voters than it does today.
Mary, it's great to have you back. Mary Ziegler with us as we anticipate the vote later today. Mary, appreciate the insights as always. Martin Luther King Jr., Professor of Law at the University of California at Davis. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. We had another breaker. Speaking of the Supreme Court earlier today, it has to do with the SEC. This is not what Gary Gensler wanted.
Yeah, the Federal Appeals Court striking down a rule he had put into place, one of many that targets the private funds industry, that would require hedge funds, private equity firms to essentially detail their fees to investors. It is a blow to Gary Gensler, and it begs the question what the fate is of all of these other rules he has tried to impose on this industry.
Yeah, that's true. We're joined for more on this by Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Litigation Analyst for Financials. Let's go to the source in New York. Elliot, did you see this coming? Why the ruling?
Hey, Joe. Hey, Kaylee. How you guys doing? I did anticipate this. I think probably a lot of people watching the courts these days anticipated it. We're essentially in this perfect storm where you have, the Biden administration and its regulators taking a pretty aggressive approach to regulation. And then you have federal courts that are skeptical of administrative overreach, and so you have this perfect storm where these two are meeting, and the courts are looking at what the administration is doing and thinking that they've exceeded their statutory authority, which is what happened in this case.
So does this effectively kill the rule, or does the SEC have further recourse for appeal here?
Well, in theory, the SEC does have further recourse. This decision was by a 3-judge panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals down in New Orleans. The SEC now has 45 days to ask the full Fifth Circuit to review the decision, and the SEC could ask the Supreme Court to review it as well, or they can go to the Supreme Court after they ask for embark review, which is the full Fifth Circuit. But I don't think the SEC is going to get any traction on either of those paths, because the full Fifth Circuit and the Supreme Court are essentially aligned ideologically with the 3 judges on this panel that issued this ruling today.
Yeah, to Kaylee's point, we're talking about the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans. Kaylee, thank you. The reaction from Gensler, the staff will take a look. I guess that's all you need to hear.
Yeah, I mean, right. They always say that, but, right. Again, I don't think there's much they can do. There's not much they can do in the courts with this.
Okay, so what about all of the other rules targeting the private funds industry, Elliot? Does this spell potential trouble for them too?
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just rules, targeting private funds, right? I mean, we're seeing this across many sectors. In fact, Bloomberg Intelligence just put out a deep dive report on sort of the demise of judicial deference to regulatory agencies, and we've seen it with the major questions doctrine. This affects, various SEC rules, as you suggested, including the dealer rule, its climate disclosure rule. I think, it also touches on things like the CFPB credit card late fee rule, which is being litigated currently. My colleagues in other sectors have written about how this could affect the FCC's rules on broadband regulation, the FTC's rules on non-competes, banning non-competes, the EPA's rules on PFAS. So this really is indicative of a cross-sector issue that we're seeing where the courts are really skeptical of what the Biden administration regulators are doing.
Well, and one of those areas as well that's gotten a lot of attention was the climate disclosure rules, Elliot, that the SEC has actually taken it upon itself to stop enforcing, given the just scale of the legal challenges that they were facing. My understanding, though, is a lot of the climate-focused lawsuits that didn't think the rule has gone far enough are now not happening anymore. Those have been dropped. Where exactly do the legal challenges around that in particular stand?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Kaylee. Just this week, or maybe late last week, we saw the Sierra Club and the NRDC, the Natural Resources Defense Council, drop their lawsuits. And you're exactly right. They had filed lawsuits, wanting the SEC to go farther than it did, but they have now withdrawn those lawsuits. And they're going to focus on, fighting to preserve what the SEC did do, which, again, is now also being challenged by, several Republican, red-leaning states that have Republican attorneys general, and then also some, industry groups.
All right, Elliot Stein of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. And I wonder, speaking of climate activists and lawsuits that they bring, Joe, how they might react in the aftermath of Kathy Hochul's decision today, the governor of New York, pausing indefinitely this congestion tax going into effect. People wanted that to combat emissions in Manhattan, and I guess it's not happening.
She says they will continue to pursue their environmental objectives, and I wonder, easy for me to say, what will come of this if there's another study or if there are exceptions that are made here. It's a big question. I'm sure that it's something that Tim and Molly are going to be talking about. Molly Smith holding forth with Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Business Week. Guys, what do you have coming up?
Hey, we're certainly diving into congestion pricing a little bit later in our program, because it's something that everybody is talking about here in New York City, a shocking move from the governor. We're also talking about that bond rally that we've seen in recent days and the economic data underlying the trade. And Molly, I don't know, do you have a pair of Birkenstocks?
You know, I need to replenish my supply.
Okay.
I was big into it in middle school, but I mean, this is now a luxury brand. I'm clearly behind the times.
All right, we're talking about big Birkenstocks.
Can't play tennis in Birkenstocks.
That's right.
Oh, my husband would beg to differ on that one.
Really?
though.
Plays tennis? Can you
Burks
do
can
that,
take
Molly?
you anywhere.
Wow.
Or at
I
least
guess
so he says.
I have a lot to learn still. I'll meet you back here at 5, Kaylee, for the late edition of Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live on TV, radio, Bloomberg Originals, and YouTube. It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec, along with my co-host for the afternoon, Molly Smith, from Bloomberg News, economics editor. She's filling in for Carol this afternoon. Molly, how are you?
Happy to be here, Tim.
Hey, well, you know what else is happy is the equity market, because we're seeing stocks set to close at an all-time high if they continue this direction. We'll have more details on that in just a minute. Also, on the latest economic data that is a little bit conflicting with Fed-friendly and not so Fed-friendly numbers coming out over the last couple of days. We're going to make sense of the data and also the bond market reaction to that data. In addition, we're going to talk about the Ballad of Birkenstock, how the 250-year-old German orthopedic shoe company with succession family-level drama transformed itself into a luxury behemoth, all thanks to someone whose last name is not Birkenstock. We talk about that a little later in the program. Also, Apple needs his help as much as he needs Apple's. We're going to tell you about the entrepreneur who's helping the company catch up when it comes to AI. And one more thing, congestion pricing. It was set to go into effect at the end of the month. Now, not so fast. It's our one more thing on Bloomberg Business Week. All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top season stories. Here's Charlie Powell.
Hey, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got ourselves a major rally underway. Let us begin in Techland, because NASDAQ surging 1.65% right now. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.7%. Small caps, part of a broad-based rally today with Russell 2000 up now by 1.3%. Put it all in context, S&P up 48. We're trading at a record up 0.9%. 53.39 right now on the S&P 500 index. The Dow up 51, gain there of 0.1%. S&P on track for its 25th record this year. NVIDIA leading a rally in mega caps. Apple up for an 8th consecutive session. NVIDIA right now up by 4.2%. 10-year 4.29% with a 2-year 4.73%. Gold up 1.2%, 23.54 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.3%, 74.19 a barrel. A couple of high-profile tech stocks surging today. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise reported revenue that beat analyst estimates. HPE up 12.8% right now. Also reporting last night, CrowdStrike Holdings, that stock surging by 11.5%. So again, recapping here, S&P up 48, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. A global bond rally that began the week continues. And when we say rally, we mean it, at least on Monday and Tuesday. 10-year rates have declined by more than a quarter point in recent trading sessions. And on the first 2 days of the week, some Treasury benchmark yields registered their largest 2-day drop this year amid signs of a cooling U.S. economy.
And those signs include data that showed hiring at U.S. companies grew at the slowest pace since the start of the year. That came out earlier this morning. We'll get into that in a minute. And it comes a day after we got a downside surprise with JOLTS data.
Okay, all that said, Molly, we also got data that showed the services sector expanded by the most in 9 months, powered by the largest monthly gain in a measure of business activity since 2021. So, some conflicting data to be sure. For a picture of the bond market and to help us make sense of the data, we turn to Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie and Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. They're both here in the Bloomberg studio this afternoon. Michael, I want to start with you because we have seen quite the rally in treasuries this week. What is the bet that these traders are making? Is it all about the Fed?
Yep, soft landing. The economy's going to slow down. We're still not prepared to price in the first rate cut. The first rate cut's been priced in for November, but we're beginning to move a little bit more towards September. It's about 18 basis points now priced in. So the market's not as big as it has been in the past, really jumping the gun here on the Fed pivot trade. But they're thinking the data is showing maybe, because if you get to July, it'll be 15 months since the Fed last hiked. And if you think back to 2006, 2007, that was kind of the similar time frame when things started to slow down. So the bond market's been waiting and waiting and waiting here for the economy to really start to show signs of cooling. So I think it's a pretty promising sign, but of course the wild cards are we've got a payroll report on Friday and we've got CPI Wednesday morning next week.
Just and a Fed meeting as well.
And a Fed meeting thrown in as well.
Those things. We'll get to those things in a few minutes. Okay, but put into context the moves that we saw. As I said, the rally's continuing today. But put into moves the context of the moves that we saw on Monday and Tuesday, especially on the 10-year.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of people who are bearish getting caught out, but then we are hearing from money managers they're buying U.S. duration. They're sort of buying that sort of 5 to 10 year area. They like that part of the curve, had done for a while. Various banks have said that, based on positioning, they're very overweight. They're very overweight mortgages as well. They love corporate credit. Spreads are very tight. And this is all predicated on the idea that the economy is going to cool, but not actually fall off a cliff. So you're still taking down yields, between 4.5, upwards of 4.75 and 2. So it's a good time to take it down if you think that's the direction of travel.
Yeah, cool but not fall off a cliff. That really seems to be the name of the game, at least the labor market data recently. So I want to bring in Stuart here to go over that. We had the JOLTS data that came out yesterday. This is obviously for the month of April. So now we're sitting here June 5th now. 5th, correct. Seems a little like,
You're right.
Like April was 100 years ago. And then this morning we got the ADP data, and that was for the month of May, showing that hiring at U.S. companies was, slowed down a bit compared to the previous month. And then we also got today this strong services data. So how are you reconciling all this, Stu?
So focusing primarily on the labor market data, we did see some cooling in the JOLTS data, major downward revision, about 100,000 fewer jobs in the March data, and then a major downside surprise showing about just over 8 million job openings available. The thing that's also notable there, so not only is there dissipating excess demand for labor, but workers are quitting at a pace of about, the quits rate is registering about 2.2%, so that's a touch lower than it was pre-COVID. It was about 2.3%. Workers are less confident that they can find new jobs at higher wages. So there's going to be less churn in the labor market, less upward pressure on wages. Molly, as you said, we also saw the ADP data this morning, which also surprised to the downside, 152,000 private sector jobs added. There were a handful of industries that were shedding jobs, though, right?
Manufacturing, big one.
Manufacturing, information to the more cyclically sensitive sectors, mining and resource extraction. If you need to feed fewer resources into the machines to produce less stuff, you would expect to see some layoffs there. So even though some folks look at ADP and perhaps counterintuitively look at it as a contra-indicator of what to expect with NFP,
and that's what we're getting on Friday.
And that's what we're getting on Friday. The industry-level composition of the ADP data does speak to monetary policy gaining traction in the real economy.
Well, there was one other sector to call out within that ADP report, that leisure and hospitality hiring. This has been where so much of the strength has been really coming out of the depths of COVID in terms of where we've seen so much job growth. And that was really weak in this latest month. How do we jive that then when you've got this ISM services report that comes out and shows that business activity, I think, expanded in the fastest pace in 3 years? How does that match?
There's always a little bit of a grain of salt that I take the survey data with. And if we're looking at the hard data like ADP, or if we're looking at the hard data like JOLTS, we see more of a normalization of the pace of hiring and the extent of labor demand in the industries that were most affected by COVID. So we saw in JOLTS a major reduction in the number of job openings for healthcare workers, same for leisure and hospitality workers, and that had been a major source of hiring because they were being rehired after all the shutdowns. So I think that that's really my takeaway from both JOLTS and ADP. When it comes to the services side, there's more of a normalization of those industries that had been affected.
Michael McKenzie, come on back in here, because I'm wondering about your view of the services sector expanding by the most in 9 months, because we got this idea that a lot of the jobs data that we saw this week already has been really Fed-friendly, and then this ISM report comes out and it kind of goes against the idea of a cooling economy.
Yes, and it also highlights services, and that's been the sticky part of inflation. So I suspect the rally we're seeing this week, it could very well run into some headwinds, because I'm not sure you're going to get the kind of inflation data you really want to see from this bond market. And again, payrolls on Friday, it's always an important number. It kind of sets the tone for the rest of the month. And again, in wages, they're expected to come in at 3.9 annual pace. That's still pretty good. And the unemployment rates, I mean, you need to see the unemployment rate go above 4%, I think, for the bond market to think, okay, this economy is cooling a little bit more now.
Okay.
I think that's kind of where we're sort of, what things we're focusing on.
I mean, what happens if we don't see that? What happens if, like Stuart mentioned, the ADP data is a contra-indicator for the most recent jobs report?
Then I think you're going to go back into the range here. You're going to see the market continue to price less than 50 basis points of cuts this year, which has been the case now really since that third inflation print for the year arrived in March. And the next question, of course, will be, does the market start to dial back some of the rate cut expectations for 2025? That's where the Fed dot plot next week could be quite interesting if they actually do show a higher long-term dot, but also pull back a little bit on the cuts for next year they were expecting before. And then I think ultimately that puts your 2-year yield in that sort of 4.75% range, and it keeps the 10-year, pushes it back towards 4.50, which seems to be the kind of level that people like.
But not toward 5%?
I don't think you're going to get 10s back towards 5% unless you get some kind of inflation shock.
I want to stick with you on one more here, Michael. Stewart was mentioning, you know, he's an economist, so he thinks about it this way.
Sure.
Is looking at the hard data versus the soft data. You know, if we're looking at reports that are coming out from the government officially or more these like survey-based softer indicators, does the bond market react? You know, does it make that kind of differentiation between the two, or it's just, you know, green light go or like red light sell off?
It depends on who's trading. I mean, for the sort of active traders within the bond market, they're going to look at everything and react and interpret it the best way they think is appropriate. I think for longer-term investors, you've seen a lot of money coming into bond funds this year, into active bond funds, and they're pretty comfortable loading up on 5 to 10-year treasuries, pretty comfortable loading up on credit, pretty comfortable loading up on mortgages. So if we get this sort of cooling continuing, they're going to be fine. But if you get an upside inflation sticky shock in the next few months that derails the Fed, if the labor market manages to remain resilient, then some of those positions could be vulnerable. The other thing too is if the economy really does start to cool down, the real pain is going to be in corporate credit, because even the top investment grade corporate credit will reprice lower because the economy is starting to really slow down.
Always comes back to bonds on this show, doesn't it?
It has to.
Just the way of life. You know, you mentioned
I've heard that's where the smart money is.
That's where they all go.
So I've heard.
You know, so you mentioned, of course, employment and inflation.
Yep.
Names of the game. Stuart, we've got two of the biggest reports on those coming up right now. Let's start with employment first. So we've got the jobs report coming out on Friday. What's your take there?
So starting on the establishment survey side of the report, as I mentioned earlier, as Tim repeated, we think that ADP is a bit of a contraindicator when it comes to payrolls themselves. So the consensus is at 185,000 jobs added in the month of May. We're at 220,000. Part of that is because there's only so much that you can map from private sector employment within ADP to private sector employment within non-farm payrolls. And part of that is because of the birth-death model that's operative in the back of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, talk about what that is, because
Okay.
I heard this on surveillance this morning. It's a new report out from you and the team over at Bloomberg Economics.
Yeah, so the Bureau of Labor Statistics, when it sends out the establishment survey, reaches out to about 600,000 workplace sites. Now, there are about 11 million different business sites that are out there, and that gets covered in a more comprehensive quarterly survey. But we could set that aside for now. Every single month, they're reaching out to 600,000 businesses.
The same 600,000.
Not necessarily the same 600,000, and there are different response rates every month. But the thing to keep in mind is that businesses are born and businesses die. They go bankrupt every month. So in the background, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has to estimate, to the best of their ability, the number of businesses that are born and the number of businesses that are dying, that are closing, and how many jobs they think that'll add, and they need to use that to supplement the small sample of the universe of businesses that they're surveying.
Okay.
Now, if that birth-death model is contributing substantially to the number of printed, non-seasonally adjusted jobs that are added each month, that's sort of troubling. And if that birth-death model is adding a vector of job growth to the estimates that's positive at the time that we're seeing the pace of bankruptcies, for example, rising, which we are seeing, you have to take into question the number of payrolls that the birth-death model is generating.
So it may be overstating it, is
They
what
may
you're
be
saying.
overstating it by, call it 750,000 jobs in 2023 alone.
That's a lot.
That is a lot, and so we would expect to see some sort of downward revision of those past jobs. Now, that birth-death model is still operating in the background right now, so that's different from what we'd be getting from ADP, which is modeling nationwide payrolls based on the clients that it's servicing and the additional headcount that it's seeing its own clients adding, right? So it's a different approach here. And so we are, taking the over on the consensus. Consensus is 185, we're at 220. Now, that's different, though, from what we're going to get from the household survey. Michael was saying earlier that that 4% unemployment rate threshold is what bond traders have been looking at. We do think that it's within reach, and the household survey has been substantially weaker than the establishment survey, in part because of different estimation processes, and there is not that birth-death model in the background of the household survey, right?
Right.
Because you're just reaching out to households and asking, have you been working in the past 4 weeks? So we do think that we can touch that 4% unemployment rate in this May report.
Okay. Michael, Mackenzie, do you want to weigh in on this?
I think, again, payrolls is always the most important piece of
That's
data
what
for
I
the
was
bond
gonna ask
market.
you. Okay.
And
That or CPI?
Well, that's what I was going to
I
say.
was going to say, it's a heavy couple days coming up.
Yeah, it is, but I think actually payrolls is more, because I think if the employment market starts to crack, the Fed has told you that they will react to that.
Right.
Even if inflation's still high and sticky, if they see material weakness in labor, they'll do what the Bank of Canada did today, right? They're trying to get ahead of a slowdown because you don't want the economy to really fall apart. You actually want to get that soft landing.
Of course, but they also said, that material unexpected weakening is not just, an unemployment rate going up by 1/10 of a percentage point or so. It's got to be more than that. So
Yes,
going up from
that's a good
3.9 to 4 is not the material
But the bond
weakening.
market it'll tee off on that, I think.
And would one report that came in softer than expected indeed prompt the Fed to do something drastic, or do they want to see month after month after month of weakened data?
I think the Fed does want to see a consistent pattern. What's interesting at the moment is Jay Powell is clearly being dovish. He was very dovish at the end of last year, and he's also continued to stick to that, in hint of that. His problem is, of course, he's got to get agreement of the Fed. And we've heard a lot of different, sort of views coming from Fed speakers recently. So that'll be the task for Powell.
Okay, Stuart, I know you're a U.S. economist, but I want to talk Canada. We just heard Michael mention the Canadian Central Bank cutting interest rates, first of the G7 central banks to ease. How should we, or how are you as a U.S. economist looking at that?
Well, so I'm doing both. I'm spending about 70% of my time in the U.S., about 30% on Canada. And as Michael was saying, in Canada, the central bank is looking to get out ahead of changes in economic activity. What's substantially different between the U.S. and Canada is the housing market, for the first thing. The average mortgage in Canada is a 25-year amortization, but the mortgage rate resets every 5 years. Compare that to the U.S. with 30-year amortization with a fixed rate. And with the average rate paid on existing mortgages still below 4% in the U.S., the transmission of monetary policy into the economy is really slow. In Canada, about 75% of mortgages are going to be resetting between now and 2026. And if folks see their costs of servicing their mortgage on a monthly basis going up by 50% or so because of that higher mortgage rate, that's going to substantially slow the pace of consumption growth. So the Bank of Canada is trying to get out ahead of that. They're trying to let the dollar circulate, and they're trying to really take advantage of the good inflation prints they had to start the year. We have not had those good inflation prints in the U.S.
Okay, well, we're going to have you guys back on in the coming days as we do get more and more data. Big thank you to both of you. This is exactly where we wanted to go. That's Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael Mackenzie and Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul here in the Bloomberg studio. Coming up next, it's the Ballad of Birkenstock, how the 250-year-old German orthopedic shoe company transformed itself into a luxury behemoth.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ pushing higher. S&P just about the best level of the day right now, up 48 to 53.39, up 0.9%. S&P, by the way, on track for its 25th record this year. We've got the Dow up 76 now, up 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.6%, up 273 points. The NASDAQ 100 Index up 1.7%. And the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 1.3%. 10-year yield at 4.29% with a 2-year 4.72%. Gold up 1.2%. Spot now at $23.54 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%. Higher by 82 cents a barrel. WTI just above 74.07. Archer Air says it has received FAA certification to begin operating its electric aircraft in commercial use, moving it a step closer to offering an air taxi service. After the bell, Victoria's Secret and Lululemon. Again, S&P up 49, up 9/10. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Okay, call it what you will. An orthopedic shoe company, a luxury fashion house, or even a healthcare company. Birkenstock has staying power. It's the favorite ugly shoe of many, from hippies to hypebeasts, and yes, to Steve Jobs.
The company has seen many ups and downs in its 250-year history and capped off a decade of explosive growth with an IPO last fall, making Christian and Alex Birkenstock, the two brothers who are seventh-generation members of the German footwear dynasty, billionaires.
For the forthcoming issue of Business Week magazine, Bloomberg News European healthcare and consumer reporter Tim Lowe profiles Birkenstock and the man responsible for the company's explosive growth. You can read Tim's story on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. Tim joins us now from Munich, Germany. Tim, I mentioned the Birkenstock brothers, or just Emily just did just now, Alex and Christian, who are now billionaires. But there's a man who's not a Birkenstock, who is responsible for the company's recent growth. Who is Oliver Reichert?
Yeah, Oliver Reichert is a really fascinating character. He is not from the footwear industry. He is brought in. He's a former journalist. He's German. He's about a 6'6" tall. He's and not skinny. He's a big guy with a beard, a deep voice, a big personality. And so he's this ex-journalist who randomly, back in about 2008, got introduced to Christian Birkenstock, who at the time was in the midst of this massive kind of squabbles with his two brothers and father over control of where the brand was headed. And Oliver Reichert, who's now the CEO of the company, sort of was a friendly ear to Christian, helped him sort through a couple problems early on. And then Christian hired him to be sort of his personal consultant. And Oliver's got a very powerful personality, and he sort of came in and helped sort through the Birkenstock family problems, which were massive. And basically since 2013, he's been basically steering the ship, and the company has grown, I think, fivefold since then. It's been on a 20% a year sales growth trajectory, very profitable. And it's really been his baby over the last decade, and continues to be now that they're a publicly traded company. A really fascinating man.
It's really been a remarkable trajectory, Tim, and this story really gets all into it. I encourage all of you who are listening to read it, and talking about all these different upstarts along the way, like Crocs and these other brands that were coming in. It sounds like you've met with Reichert. I'd love to hear more about your reporting for this story, because he really, like you said, is such a character. Even you said akin to a bully in this story, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Sure. Yeah, that's a word that I heard repeatedly in my reporting, talking to people who have either worked for him or have, sat across the negotiating table from him. Certainly a strong personality, as I've mentioned. And I kind of think it requires such a character to kind of wade into this family drama as he did about 10, 15 years ago and survive. I talked to one German local marketing professor here in Munich who, basically described the role of a turnaround guy from outside who comes into a traditional family business in Germany. And, one might call that in German a Himmelfahrtsmission, which is basically like a suicide mission. So Oliver came in.
One might. We believe you, Tim. We believe you.
He managed to survive it. Not just that, but thrive. So it's kind of evident in him. I think it's kind of his personality, a very strong-willed individual. He, with his journalist background, I think he was, when he came in, he spent a lot of time sort of trying to distill the essence of what it is he thought the brand was and can be. And since that sort of crystallized to him, he's been, he's an individual who can sort of push through.
We're working to get Tim Lowe's audio back out there in Munich, Germany. Again, as Molly mentioned, it's worth checking out this story on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. And if you're thinking to yourself, okay, 7 generations of a family business, sounds like I need maybe a family tree to kind of understand what's going on. Well, you're in luck because there is a family tree in the piece. It starts with Johannes Birkenstock back in 1749 and goes all the way to Suzanne Birkenstock, who was formerly Suzanne Pappenbrock, born in 1971. And that's exactly where I want to go, Tim, because I know the last 15 years for the company have been incredibly important for where the company is now, but the company does indeed go back to the 1700s. So I don't want to get tied up too much in the history, but give us the sort of 2-minute history version of Birkenstock as a company. And I want to particular focus what happened with Carl Birkenstock before the current generation took it over.
Sure. Yeah. As you said, back to 1774 is when the first evidence is of a Birkenstock in the Frankfurt area who's listed as a kind of a cobbler who makes shoes. And really, the first 100 years, not a lot happened. There was a bunch of cobblers that were trying to make shoes. It was a trade route that they were on, so a lot of salespeople walking to and from, and they needed new footwear. Nothing quite big happened. But around the turn of the century, 1900, there was a character, Conrad Birkenstock, and he really invented the elements that became the Birkenstock footbed. And he had a couple of innovations, a flexible insole in people's shoes. Back in those days, shoemakers didn't differentiate between your left and right foot. Conrad Birkenstock did. So that was a major breakthrough.
That is wild.
Like
Wait, we're like literally walking around with 2 left feet.
It's an incredible innovation.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And he thought this is crazy. And he kind of invented a new way to make the shoes. You would think it might catch on. It didn't. He struggled to find customers for this. His son, Carl, with a C Birkenstock, he took his dad's innovations and he himself tried to find new ways to market it. His ambition in life was to create what he called an ideal shoe, which would incorporate all the family kind of innovations into one mass producible product. He failed at that. It was his son, Carl, with a K Birkenstock in the early 1960s, who had the kind of the eureka moment where he said, hey, if we put these, innovations into an open-toed sandal, suddenly we can mass produce this. And so that's what he did. It was the early 60s. He created basically all the designs that we know today. Even then, people thought they were ugly, but even then, they had hardcore fans. And Carl with a K, for the next 50 years, he kind of ruled the company with an iron fist. He had his own 3 sons, and the transition from Carl to his sons created all sorts of problems about where the company was headed. And that's kind of the 2000s. The Birkenstock was a bit directionless. Crocs was not, came out of nowhere and ate their lunch. And that kind of set the table for where we were 2010, say, when Oliver Reichert came in.
Well, thank you for catching us up on the last, 2 or 3 centuries worth of history here, Tim. That was excellent. I want to ask you, though, this is, so other Tim here in New York has been describing Birkenstock as this orthopedic shoe company. But as your headline says, the whole point of this, reinventing of the brand almost is to convince investors that it's a luxury brand. How do you square, I'm saying this as like a woman who's worn many pairs of shoes in my life, how do you square an orthopedic shoe with a luxury brand? Because to me, the two seem like totally different things.
Yeah, I think you put your finger right there on the central tension of the company right now, particularly since the IPO. What is it? And I think investors have been asking that question and trying to sort of categorize it. As a footwear brand, there's a couple things that, set it apart. It still owns all of its factories, which like no other footwear company really does. And not only that, but they're all located basically in Germany. So they never left. So that alone, sets them apart from other brands. The company is obsessed with the footbed, as I say, and they really think of it as like the beating heart of the company. When I first met them, they thought it was kind of ironic that I have a weird beat here where I cover both like healthcare, pharmaceutical companies, and companies like Adidas and Puma. And they were like, oh, that's perfect because you're a healthcare guy and we're a healthcare company. And I was like, what? So I found that fascinating. And it's true. They say, we're a healthcare company focused on the feet. And it's there in all of their, security filings leading up to their IPO in October. They're pretty hardcore about that. And yet they've made this pivot and they're, partnering with Dior. They sold themselves to the universe of LVMH. So they're succeeding a lot by, these very glitzy collaborations. It's working for them right now.
Yeah, it was a tough IPO, as you write in the piece, but it's been working for them recently. It seems like investors are starting to understand at least what Reichert is saying the company is. Tim, it's a great story. It's in the upcoming issue of Bloomberg Business Week. Read it now on the terminal or at Bloomberg.com. Our thanks to Tim Lowe joining us from Germany. Up next, Apple needs his help as much as he needs Apple's. We'll tell you about the entrepreneur who's helping the company catch up on AI. First up, though, world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Congestion pricing in New York City was delayed indefinitely today. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
My team worked into the final hours to find a way to implement this because the goals of congestion pricing in terms of reducing traffic and pollution are important. But hard-working New Yorkers are getting hammered on costs, and they and the economic vitality of our city must be protected.
The tolling plan was set to begin June 30th. It would have been the first in the U.S. A super political action committee, a super PAC supporting Donald Trump, raised $70 million last month and is outlining a strategy to target voters in key swing states. It's a sign of how Republicans are seizing on the surge in donations after the former president's criminal conviction in a New York court. The super PAC is called MAGA Inc. and will spend at least $100 million through early September in key states, including Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. That's according to a memo obtained by Bloomberg News. With a ceasefire proposal on the table between Israel and Hamas, the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the decision is really up to one side.
At this point, the ball is in Hamas's court. Israel has accepted the proposal. The world has endorsed the proposal. Now it's
Global News 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. The S&P 500 index, best level of the day. A 1% gain in the S&P, up 55 points now to 53.46. On track for a record, not just a record, but the 25th record this year for the S&P. NVIDIA leading the way higher. NVIDIA right now up by about 4.6%. So here's where we stand. The Dow up 116, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up now by 1.7%. 10-year yield 4.29% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.72%. Spot gold up 1.3%, 23.56 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 74.08 the barrel. Sources tell Bloomberg ticket seller SeatGeek has added banks to the lineup for its planned IPO that could take place toward the end of the year. The company is said to be working with Citigroup and Wells Fargo on the planned listing, which is being led by Morgan Stanley. Citigroup up 0.9%. Wells Fargo right now down 0.3%. Morgan Stanley up 0.3%. Again, recapping, S&P at the high of the day, up 55, up 1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, next week, Tim Cook is going to take the stage to deliver the keynote address at Apple's WWDC, its Worldwide Developers Conference. Bloomberg News chief technology correspondent Mark Gurman writes that the keynote is Apple's biggest sales pitch in years, as the company has to convince consumers, developers, and investors, Molly, that it can thrive in the AI era.
That's right, and there's added pressure because Apple's existing business is stagnant, with revenue declining in 5 of the last 6 quarters.
So Apple's turning to none other than Sam Altman of OpenAI for some help. Mark joins us now from Los Angeles. Mark, before we get to the latest partnership and what exactly OpenAI is going to do for Apple, and more, equally as important, vice versa, give us a little bit of the history between Apple and Sam Altman, because the relationship, as you write in your piece, it goes back years to just after the iPhone was first released. Why did a then 23-year-old Sam Altman take the stage at WWDC?
So interesting. The last time that Sam Altman was involved with Apple in any public sense was, like you said, 2008. Now, let me take you back to 2008. The App Store had not yet launched. The App Store launched in July, right? Actually, July 9th of 2008. And in June, early June, they held their final Worldwide Developers Conference before that launched. To get people interested in the App Store and app development on iOS, they spent a good half, nearly an hour of that conference that year. And this was back when Steve Jobs was leading the company, bringing up different app developers to talk about their different app initiatives. And Sam Altman came up to present Looped. This was a precursor sort of to Find My iPhone, Find My Friends. It was a very well-received app. Ultimately, the app did so well that it got acquired back almost 15 years ago for about $50 million. So this was a big deal. And for Altman, this helped give him promotion to sell Looped, right? But for Apple, it also proved the App Store as a third-party application platform.
Mark, tell us why Apple is turning now to Altman in 2024 for something to do with AI. I mean, this would seem like, Apple, where I would think the biggest and brightest minds in the tech world reside. Why is it that they don't have those people in-house and that they're turning to Sam Altman for help?
I have to tell you, Molly, it's pretty embarrassing for Apple.
It seems like it is. I would think so.
Right. They missed the boat on generative AI and probably modern artificial intelligence as a whole. And it's very interesting to me that they've had to go this way and partner with OpenAI versus being able to build a chatbot in-house. So Apple will have its own large language models and different technologies to run AI on the iPhone. But for a chatbot, something that people are used to already now since the end of 2022, those OpenAI-like features, they're partnering with OpenAI to integrate that deep into the iPhone experience. They held talks with Anthropic, they held talks with Google Gemini as well, but ultimately they've landed on OpenAI as their initial launch partner. I expect them to eventually strike a deal with Gemini and others in the future. They're still talking to Google about this. But this is really interesting. I thought last year, with the introduction of the Vision Pro, that last year's WWDC was the biggest Apple launch in 5 years or so. Truth is, it's this year, because AI not only is the current, but it is the future. It's going to make their current devices better. But if they don't get their AI technology in order, they're going to miss out on the next wave of artificial intelligence-driven devices. In my Power On column this Sunday, I'm going to get into more what that means for Apple, but just to give you a little bit of a taste here. You've seen other people come out with devices sort of like the Humane AI Pin, complete failure, they're up for sale. You've seen the Rabbit R1. You've seen Samsung integrate AI into their phone, similar to how Apple's going to do so next week. But the real stuff is what's enabled by AI. Things like next generation AirPods, humanoid robots, augmented reality glasses, future versions of the Vision Pro, more advanced processors and Macs. That requires an extraordinarily sophisticated handle on next generation AI technologies. That's why this is so important. This is not about the iPhone 15, 16, 17, or even 18. This is about the product categories that don't exist yet. And if they don't get their AI in good shape, those categories will never exist.
So how are we going to get there? Because, you know, you quote somebody in the piece, Dag Kitlos, who's a tech veteran, co-founded and ran the Siri business before it was acquired by Apple. He said that the OpenAI partnership is likely to be a, quote, short to medium term partnership. So where does Apple go beyond that? Surely there's got to be some kind of development of talent or bringing somebody in who's going to run the AI, you know, themed projects going forward.
Yeah, Dag is completely right. So just to be clear, there's the OpenAI component, which is the more advanced AI stuff. Then there's the less advanced AI stuff. That's the first-party Apple AI features. They're all going to be there next week, right? Eventually, Apple will shift the more advanced technologies over to its own infrastructure, its own AI systems. OpenAI will be there as a placeholder, I would guess, for 3 years until they're able to roll out their own chatbot, right? You want to be able to get your phone to write a letter to someone or an email to someone. You want to get your phone to be able to create an image for you. Right? These are things that Gen Z and everyone else at this point is doing in the ChatGPT app. Apple doesn't have the tech to do it, so they had no choice but to partner with OpenAI. They say internally they're allergic, and they have a philosophical allergy, I would say, actually, towards chatbots. They don't believe in it as a concept. They believe in this more highly integrated approach to AI, apps, privacy that you'll see next week. I have to tell you, if I'm being just very blunt with you,
please.
I think it's an excuse for their technology not being ready. As soon as their technology is ready, their whole philosophical standpoint on this is going to shift immediately. But it's going to take some time. It is unbelievable to me that the launch of ChatGPT in 2022, the launch of Gemini or Bard previously last year, completely took these guys by surprise.
Yeah.
They did not start working on this in any meaningful way until after ChatGPT hit the market like a surprise.
Sounds like it's been catch-up from the beginning.
Yeah, it's just remarkable, Mark, the way that you've painted this picture for us about Apple being caught on its back foot. Hey, I'm wondering about historical precedents for a partnership like this. I mean, the only type of partnership I can think of, and correct me if I'm wrong, is like an Alphabet-Google partnership with search, where Apple really relies on the company for that. Has there ever been a precedent for what Apple's going to be relying on OpenAI for?
Tim, you are spot on. The difference is, though, that when Apple struck this Google search partnership 20 years ago, there was no expectation that Apple should be in the search business. Search is extraordinarily important to the operation of the web browser, right?
Yeah.
AI is important to the whole platform, right? It's two different ball games, so to speak. There's no risk in Apple not creating its own competitor or replacement to Google search. There's a fundamental risk to the very core of the future of the company if it is not able to get its AI up to snuff. There are serious questions from people in the Apple world about how long the management in charge of artificial intelligence at Apple is going to last if this thing doesn't get turned around. They're going to have some fancy and impressive demos on Monday, but that doesn't change the overall story about how flat-footed they were here and how behind they are. And striking an OpenAI partnership, best case scenario for them. They're getting the best tech, and they're going to have to sort of eat some crow in the short term. They had no other choice but to do this. Okay. And if investors are looking for a positive here, it's that Apple was able to eat its wounds here and get it done.
Mark, your reporting on this has been just incredible. Also, your analysis. You got to sign up if you haven't for the Power On newsletter, Mark Gurman. Bloomberg News chief technology correspondent joining us from LA. Up next, it's one more thing. We talk congestion pricing. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got a stock market rally underway. NVIDIA leading stocks higher, up 4.5%, but HP Enterprise reported revenue that beat analyst estimates on a big jump in sales of servers built to handle artificial intelligence work. HPE's CFO says the firm's current backlog for AI systems is now $3.1 billion. Shares of HPE, they're up by 12%. CrowdStrike Holdings delivered first quarter earnings that beat Wall Street's expectations despite a pullback in spending that has challenged its cybersecurity rivals. Expectations were high heading into the company's earnings release. The company's shares have roughly doubled over the past year. CrowdStrike up now by 11.1%. The discount retailer Dollar Tree is reviewing options for its troubled Family Dollar business, including a potential sale or spinoff. The company said it began a review of its portfolio last year and has not set a timetable for the process, and there is no assurance that it will lead to a transaction. Dollar Tree bought Family Dollar for $8.9 billion less than a decade ago in what has turned out to be an expensive and lackluster acquisition. eBay will drop American Express cards as a payment option because of what eBay says are unacceptably high fees. That according to an email reviewed by Bloomberg News that the online marketplace plans to send to customers. eBay shares down today by 1.1%. American Express down 0.8%. And the personal styling company Stitch Fix reported a narrower loss per share than analysts were expecting in the third quarter. Shares of Stitch Fix up 23%. Those are our top company stories. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is a Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and international news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington, D.C. Amy.
Hi, Tim. Congestion pricing in New York City is on hold. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
I have come to the difficult decision that implementing the planned congestion pricing system risks too many unintended consequences for New Yorkers at this time. For that reason, I have directed the MTA to indefinitely pause the program.
The tolling plan was set to begin June 30th and would have been the first in the U.S. U.S. veterans who stormed the beaches of Normandy are in France for the 80th anniversary of D-Day tomorrow. Ceremonies are planned to mark the 80th anniversary of this important turning point in World War II. President Biden will be among the world leaders to attend those ceremonies. He arrived in France today for a 4-day visit that includes the ceremonies, a meeting with France's President Emmanuel Macron and Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for a windfall tax on profits of fossil fuel companies to help pay for the fight against global warming. Guterres decried them as the godfathers of climate chaos. He's repeatedly spoken out about the threat of climate change and says the global emissions of carbon dioxide must fall 9% each year to 2030. For that 1.5-degree target to be kept alive. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenevec and Molly Smith.
Thank you so much, Amy. Do appreciate it. As Amy mentioned, among the top stories right now on the Bloomberg terminal, the most read story in the last hour and the fourth most read story in the last 8 hours is the shocking move from the New York governor, Kathy Hochul, who put a halt to congestion pricing. She upended initiative years in the making, Molly, that was finally set to kick in at the end of the month.
Yeah, this has been in the works for a long time, Tim. The governor cited inflation and financial pressures on working class New Yorkers as reasons not to implement congestion pricing, but the initiative was shaping up to be a political albatross ahead of this year's congressional elections.
Okay, we heard the tape from Amy just now, but worth repeating the recorded statement that the governor released. Quote, "The decision is about doing what's right for the people who make our city thrive. My focus must be on putting more money back into people's pockets."
Yeah, this is just, it's so controversial because like you can see what, you know, on the one hand that she's saying, which resonates with so many people right now, that inflation has been horrific. You know, we're facing higher charges for literally anything and everything in your everyday life. But then there are other people who are really counting on this initiative, which was going to bring in $1 billion a year in revenue for much needed repairs throughout the city. And to be paid for by people who use the city's resources every day, but don't pay for taxes here.
I think that was the exact point of the implementation of the program. I'm glad you brought that part up. The question is, where now is the MTA going to get that $1 billion a year?
Right.
Our team has reported that there perhaps could be a tax on New York City businesses,
right.
But
who knows if that's going to, and if that'll bring in, and to your point, yeah, what will that mean for New York City businesses? And is that also going to raise $1 billion a year? Yeah. Like, is that going to be a consistent source of revenue? How is that going to actually go through? And also, I mean, something I was just asking you before we came back, where is Eric Adams in all of this? I mean, I don't personally know the jurisdiction of who calls the shots here, but it sounds like Kathy Hochul is all over this.
Right. The MTA is a state agency, so she ultimately has the say over this. Right. What I would say is, as our team points out in the piece, is that it's politically unpopular. A Siena poll from April found that 63% of New Yorkers disapproved of the plan. So it's a story that we'll continue to watch. And speaking of continuing to watch, The Close is up next on Bloomberg TV. If you're sticking with us for Bloomberg Business Week, we've got a great program around the corner from 3 to 5. This is Bloomberg.
This This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec, and that's Molly Smith, Bloomberg News economics editor. She's in for Carol Masser this afternoon. Taking a look at the markets, we're going to get an update in a minute from Charlie Pellet, but we see a rally underway. The S&P 500 up more than 1% right now, and looking like stocks could close at an all-time high. Hey, Molly, we got a great program coming up over the next couple of hours.
Oh, yeah. Let's dive into it here. We're first going to tell you about the venture capitalists who tried to rally behind just about all of 2024's Republican candidates and, like everybody else, has now settled on Donald Trump.
We're also going to speak with Marcus Shaw at Alt Finance. He's the CEO over there. He's working to help students at historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, explore a future when it comes to finance. Some incredible partnerships that this organization has as well.
Yeah, looking forward to having him in the studio with us. We're also going to get down to Texas in the next couple of hours, where an upstart is trying to challenge the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. And this upstart has the backing of BlackRock and Citadel Securities.
And speaking of Texas, we're going to be joined by the mayor of Fort Worth, Texas, Maddie Parker. She's going to be back with us talking about economic development and expansion. Have you flown through the Dallas-Fort Worth airport before?
No, I haven't. Houston, yes. But...
Okay, Dallas-Fort Worth, you actually hear Maddie Parker on the loudspeaker when you're there.
And now we're going to hear her on the radio.
I know her.
Amazing.
She was on our program.
And she's going to be back.
Cool. She's going to be back.
And maybe we'll get into a little bit of tennis.
I was going to say, can we talk tennis?
I would love to.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit of tennis. Also, we're joined by Vance Howard over at Howard Capital Management, who's going to drive us to the close. All that and more over the next couple of hours. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And we're on track for the 25th record of the year for the S&P 500 index. Stocks ripping higher, right to the numbers. S&P up 56 now, up 1.1%. Best level of the day. We got the Dow Industrials up 121, up 0.3. S&P, by the way, now at 53.47. NASDAQ up 1.7%. Broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 1.4%. 10-year 4.28% with a 2-year 4.73%. Spot gold up 1.2%, 23.55 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 74.18 a barrel, up 1.3%. Nvidia leading a rally in mega caps today. Nvidia shares up now by 4.6%. Well, as for the economic backdrop heading into Friday's jobs report, Emily Rowland is co-chief investment officer at JH Investments.
I think we could see jobs kind of join the string of weaker than expected data. We've had retail sales. Look at the Atlanta Fed GDP Now estimate. It was over 4% pretty recently for Q2, and now we're at 1.8%. So we're seeing a notable deceleration in the data.
Emily Rowland of JH Investments. BlackRock, Citadel Securities, among other investors, are backing an upstart Texas stock market to challenge the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. Yes, a topic we'll be exploring right here on Bloomberg Business Week. So again, recapping here, 57 minutes to go ahead of the close. Could see the 25th record of the year for the S&P, up 57 right now, up 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. Well, it's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's all about David Sacks, a name increasingly familiar to those outside of Silicon Valley, but very well known inside the Valley, and how, Molly, he's going all in on Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right, Tim. In past elections, he's donated to Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton. He sat out of 2020 altogether and said after the violence at the U.S. Capitol that Trump had, quote, disqualified himself from being a candidate at the national level again. And then in this election cycle, Sacks has now backed Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Ron DeSantis, and he also co-hosted fundraisers for presidential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes, this week, Sacks will end up where most Republicans find themselves in 2024. He's going to host a $300,000 a head fundraiser for Trump.
They've all ended up there, haven't they?
Seems
one
like
by one.
It. Increasingly, yeah.
So Sarah McBride, Bloomberg News venture capital reporter, she joins us now over Zoom. Hey, Sarah, you profiled David Sachs for the forthcoming issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine. And this story, you can check it out on the Bloomberg and also at bloomberg.com/businessweek. So much to get into here. I mean, this is really, as you say, that David Sachs has taken a, quote, meandering path to Donald Trump. Take us, through it from the 2012 election to now.
Well, he's kind of a free thinker, and he loves exploring ideas. So the way he talks about it, he is interested in hearing people's ideas and just went through a lot of different candidates. In 2012, he supported Romney. 2016, Hillary Clinton, though he says now he was just doing a favor to a friend who was hosting a fundraiser. And he got to know a bunch of different Republican candidates this time around. He helped Ron DeSantis launch his campaign on Twitter that was kind of marred by technical problems. He is interested in hearing what they all have to say, and as one by one they've dropped out of the campaign, he is now left with the former President Trump, and he has decided he's going to back Trump. And so he's holding this fundraiser for him tomorrow.
Yeah, increasingly we've seen a lot of incredibly wealthy people here in the United States who perhaps distance themselves from the former president in the wake of the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol, but are now throwing their support behind him. Before we get more into the politics of this, Sarah, give us more background on David Sachs. As I mentioned in our introduction, he's pretty well known in the Valley for the companies that he's created and the venture capital investments that he's made. But take us back even before the PayPal days to what he did at Stanford in the 1990s.
Sure. So he attended Stanford, and while he was there, he got to know other people who attended Stanford at the time. For example, Peter Thiel, who was a few years ahead of him at the law school. He worked on the law review. He and Peter Thiel co-authored a book called The Diversity Myth. It's a little bit controversial because in ways it anticipated all the anti-woke rhetoric that you hear today. They had some controversial things to say that both of them later apologized for. And then he became part of the PayPal mafia, where he got to know other prominent venture capitalists like Roelof Botha at Sequoia. He was at PayPal when it went public and later got acquired. From there, he went to Hollywood for a little bit. He produced a movie called Thank You for Smoking, which was a political satire. So he's been interested in politics and influence for a long time.
Talk us about to us.
I just want to jump in here because we're getting a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. NVIDIA has become the third stock ever to reach $3 trillion in value. After that $2 trillion gain, NVIDIA still irresistible to many. Molly, I'm sorry that I cut you off there.
Please. Yeah, thank you, Tim. All over it. Just coming back here to Sarah, though. Sarah, I wanted to ask you about this, conservative wave of enthusiasm within Silicon Valley. It seems like that's a kind of, political rhetoric that I understand would jive with a lot of like the New York City finance crowd, but maybe not. I wouldn't as easily make the connection over to California, where it seems like there are a lot more liberal-minded people. So tell us more about that, conservative, echelon of people within Silicon Valley.
Sure. Well, there are a lot of people who are upset as what they see as over-regulation by the administration now. For example, there has been more concern about, will tech companies be able to get their mergers done as antitrust concerns grow more prevalent? Then there is a wave of people who think the government is spending way too much money. That also includes David Sachs. He has a lot of criticism about the Fed as well as the administration. And then the biggest issue for him personally, although other people dislike our foreign policy too, is he thinks we're involved in too much meddling overseas. In particular, he thinks the U.S. is too involved in the war in Ukraine and thinks that war should be settled via large concessions from Kiev, and he regularly rants about that. He thought that after we got out of Afghanistan, that was a very good position, even though he views that withdrawal as botched. But he said there was a period of 6 months when we had no wars, and now we're involved in conflicts around the globe, and he's worried about that. So many people in Silicon Valley share his concerns, and because of that, they want the current administration gone, and they're willing to accept a Trump administration again, regardless of whatever dissatisfaction they may have had with the Trump administration before.
Hey, Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong here, but at least my impression, and again, I want you to weigh in on this, there's like the David Sachs before the All In podcast, and then there's the David Sachs after the All In podcast. Can you talk a little bit about the influence of the podcast and to what extent it's given him this outlet to, in your words, rail against certain issues?
Sure. The podcast has really caught on. It's kind of a fun way for people to catch up on what people are talking about in Silicon Valley. It's David and three of his friends, Jason Calacanis, Chamath Palihapitiya, and also David Friedberg, and they just kind of debate the issues of the day. And they often disagree with each other. I'd say they all, except Jason Calacanis, they all kind of tend to the conservative, especially fiscally. And it's just really interesting to get the take of these smart people on whatever's happening in Silicon Valley. So because of that, they now have this platform where people are listening to them all over the world. David's never not been confident, but if anything, the validation from this podcast has given him more confidence, and he kind of revels in this attention that he's getting now.
I got to tell you, among the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, and just a great read, a great profile, with interviews, including with many of the men who Sarah just mentioned. So check out this story on the Bloomberg terminal, and of course at Bloomberg.com as well. Sarah McBride, Bloomberg News venture capital reporter. Her story also in the forthcoming issue of Businessweek magazine. This is Bloomberg.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
All right, now to another one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal today. This one coming out of Texas. We heard Charlie Pellet talk a little bit about it earlier in the program. It's where an upstart stock market is trying to take on the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ.
This is wild. I didn't even think that there was even a market
possibility
available
of this.
to take on NYSE and NASDAQ, but it's happening. BlackRock and Citadel Securities, other investors as well, are backing the Texas Stock Exchange, which aims to handle its first trades in 2025 and host its first listing in 2026, according to its CEO. This all signals a potential boost for a state trying to grab more of the financial services industry.
Joining us now is Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief Julie Fine, joining us from Dallas. Julie, as Molly mentioned, hard to believe there's even an opportunity to take on the NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange. But what is the opportunity that the folks at the so-called Texas Stock Exchange are finding?
Well, I mean, they found some investors. Clearly, they say they have $120 million already in the bank, ready to go. Again, they're, as you said, they're not trading for at least another year or two. I think they feel that you're seeing a lot of financial companies move down here. I mean, you're seeing Goldman Sachs, they will be headquartered here. You've got Charles Schwab headquartered here. So obviously they find that this is becoming a bigger city for financial activity. They like the regulations. They have a governor who's very pro-business and will speak about that frequently. So I think they think the opportunity is here. They've got some money to start with, so now the news is out.
What's the likelihood of something like this actually being successful? You know, as we said, NYSE and NASDAQ, extremely established players, not just in the U.S., but globally in the world of stock exchanges. What does something like a Texas stock market have a chance of really taking off here?
Well, I think the question is how many investors can they get, and big name investors. I mean, obviously, when you hear a Citadel, when you hear a BlackRock, you're going to think, okay, there's some potential here. But again, this is electronic trading in the South. So it really, I think, boils down to the companies they can get and the money they can raise.
I wonder, there's also part of this that it's a reaction to, I don't want to unfairly call it a duopoly, Julie, but let's be honest. It's the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. There are really two places in the U.S. to list right now if you're a company that is looking to go public, apart from, the pink sheets, where we do see like OTC markets, some companies listed. But in reality, it's the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. There's the regulatory angle here too. So I'm wondering what it's a reaction to in terms of those two organizations.
Well, I think that, again, this is an area where they see possibility. And then you've got the big two. So you really have to come in here with a bang. So now you've got this out, you've got the word out, you've got a couple companies out, you kind of see what happens. I mean, obviously, they've got a website up, they have a media line, they've got their CEO out and talking, and again, when I keep saying this and going back to this, but a Citadel, a BlackRock, you're going to get a lot of discussion about it. But now it's the question of, can you really get rolling by 2025? What's going to happen in 2026? And who's actually going to follow this lead?
Yeah, it's a tight timeline, seemingly, to get this all off the ground and running. So Tim there was asking about the regulatory angle. I wanted to ask you, Julie, about if there's any political angle, potentially. I mean, when I think about Texas and finance in the last couple of years, of course, you think about how you mentioned some of these companies like Goldman Sachs relocating so many staff down to the area, but also have to think about so much of, especially what's happened in the municipal bond market with, pushback on a lot of initiatives related to financing of gun companies and other ESG type initiatives. Just have to ask if there's any of that at play here as well.
Well, I mean, I think you're going to have to see. I mean, this is an attorney general that will go after large companies for reasons like that, for ESG laws. So there will, of course, be politics that comes into play. And then you are in an election year, but you've also you've got a governor who's like, bring the business, bring them in. And, we don't want a lot of regulations here. So I think it will really be what the companies have to offer and how they are handled when they come here by the attorney general.
Yeah, so I mean, that's interesting because we have talked a lot, Julie, in recent years about companies moving there, and I'm wondering, you're based there, are they happy with the move?
I mean, everyone who I talked to, when Jamie Dimon was here, they're very happy with business in Texas. Of course, you hear from the CEOs and the people here. Yes, they made the decision to come here because they think it's a good place to go. People that work for them, middle management, they can get homes here. I mean, the cost of living is much lower. And a question that I frequently ask is, the politics here, how do people feel about it? Has that come into play when you want people to relocate here? Of course, everybody says that is not a problem, that the companies still do continue to come. And when you look around and you see the companies coming here and you see the amount of people coming from California and New York, it is the lifestyle and it is the cost of living.
Julie, thank you so much for joining us on this Most Read story. Again, it's about BlackRock Citadel backing a new Texas challenge to the NYSE and the NASDAQ. It is Bloomberg Business Week. Up next, we talk about another stock on the rise, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. That's right after this.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here in Bloomberg. We've got stocks moving up and to the right. Best level of the day again. 39 minutes to go before that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. NASDAQ 100 index solidly in the green, all part of a big tech rally. NVIDIA, already the world's most valuable semiconductor firm, now it's become the first computer chip company to ever hit $3 trillion in market cap. S&P up 57, up 1.1%. The Dow up 90, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up now by 303 points, up 1.8%. Again, we've got the S&P on track for its 25th record so far this year. As for the economic backdrop, Katrina Dudley is senior investment strategist at Franklin Templeton.
I think the U.S. economy probably has room for one rate cut, and it's just more of an adjustment type of rate cut. It's not a rate cut in response to the economy going down significantly. So it's a different expectation. I think it's more a recognition that rate cut will be that inflation is under control. And I think that that is why the Fed will do it.
Right now, the 10-year, 4.28%, the 2-year, 4.72%. Spot gold up 1.2%, 23.55 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, 74.14 a barrel on WTI. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise after earnings up 11.8%. CrowdStrike after earnings up now by 11.5%. We've got more coming up on HPE in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P on track for a record close up 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, Charlie just talked about some of the stocks moving higher right now. Among the ones on track to close at a record high today include Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, or HPE.
And guess what? Has to do with AI.
Oh, interesting.
Never would have guessed it. And HPE reported better than expected revenue fueled by sales of servers built for artificial intelligence work. Fiscal 2Q revenue increased 3.3% to $7.2 billion. That was according to earnings that were out yesterday after the close. That's compared to Wall Street had projected a 2% decline year over year to under $7 billion. So huge beat there for HPE, according to data compiled by Bloomberg.
Well, here to break it all down is Crawford Del Pret, president over at IDC. He joins us from Massachusetts. Crawford, good to have you with us. We're going to talk HPE in just a second, but we got to start with NVIDIA because was already the world's most valuable semi firm, but now it's become the first computer chip company ever to hit $3 trillion in market cap. A remarkable rise, the last $2 trillion of the company, up 146% so far this year. Crawford, you think about this space, you work in this space you've worked in this space for years. Just give us your impressions and your thoughts on NVIDIA.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tim and Molly, it's great to talk to you guys. Thanks so much for having me. So this is how I think about NVIDIA, and this is I think a little bit of a different take than a lot of people. A lot of people think about NVIDIA as a processor company. They think about a company that's selling these things called GPUs that are obviously powering next generation data centers. But it's actually a lot more complicated story. I've known Jensen for a lot of years. I've had the opportunity to sit with him and see this story come together over the last really 15, 20 years. So when I think about, people ask me all the time, what would you compare in NVIDIA to? And the best example I can think of is, if you think back to the mid-90s, going into 1999 and 2000, you had this thing called a Wintel architecture, which is the combination of Windows and it was Intel. And it was together. And what we had an operating system where you wrote code in things like C or C++ or Java. And those were platforms that people wrote and created massive productivity gains on top of this Intel and Windows architecture. What NVIDIA has done is they've created a GPU with a CUDA architecture, their own proprietary software development platform that people are innovating on top of. So people think about the moat that NVIDIA has as something that is a chip moat. The reality is it's a platform moat. It's a moat that you've got developers developing software applications in the CUDA architecture that can then take advantage of the GPU architecture that NVIDIA has. And that's really, really powerful. And that's what you're seeing NVIDIA being rewarded for now, because it's going to be a very, very defensible system going forward. Now, we can talk about what Intel or what AMD or any other processor company are going to do to compete with that, but the reality is this is a very differentiated spot that NVIDIA has carved out for themselves, and that's why they're being rewarded. That, and of course, the massive demand that we're seeing.
Right, so we've got NVIDIA today topping $3 trillion in market value. HPE also on track to close at a record high today. You know, Crawford, we had on before you our chief technology correspondent, Mark Gurman, talking about Apple, that they just seem to be, I mean, God knows where Apple is in this conversation. They're completely playing catch up and have been totally left behind in this AI rally. How do you fit them into this whole equation? And like, where is that AI growth going to come from for question. Apple, you know, after this OpenAI partnership?
Yeah, so Molly, it's a great point. And when you think about Apple, right, Apple has built a device ecosystem, and they built it on top of the cloud, and they built a device ecosystem that's enabled all these applications. And so the way Apple is going to play here is Apple is going to be able to take advantage of all the data that they have, that they understand about people, and become much more assistive in the applications that can be created on top of Apple's ecosystem. But that means that Apple's going to have to be able to power a new set of applications on their platform that people are then going to be able to differentiate on in different use cases. So you'll get, you know, right before your very eyes, you'll become, Uber will become smarter, or Zillow will become smarter, or whatever app you use on a daily basis will become more intuitive, smarter, and be able to give you better assistance at the things that you want to be able to do. That's going to take some time, and that's going to come as Apple builds out their own data centers, and also Apple's partners build out their data centers, and they enable those applications. And so Apple will be in this discussion, but you know, quite frankly, the fact that Apple didn't have that big enterprise footprint that other suppliers have had historically, that's why they're going to be playing catch up, and that's going to happen over the course of the next couple of years.
Okay, Crawford, we talked NVIDIA, we talked Apple. Now to Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, shares are higher by 11.5%, as Molly mentioned, set to close at a 52-week high and record today if it does keep this momentum up into the close. Our own Bloomberg technology team caught up a little earlier with the president and CEO, Antonio Neri, on Bloomberg Technology. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We have a terrific pipeline, which is a multiples of the current backlog. And now we start seeing the uptick in enterprise, which obviously HPE has a significant presence. But the reality is that we have unique capabilities. When I think about the capabilities HPE has in this particular inflection point, AI, number one, we know how to run AI at scale.
That was President and CEO of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HPE, Antonio Neri. I know you also caught up with him a little earlier today, Crawford. I'm wondering, though, specifically about this inflection point in AI that he mentioned. When, in your view, did Hewlett-Packard Enterprise go from being sort of like an on-premise HPE GreenLake to like a company that was so focused on AI?
Yeah, so look, 70% of HP's revenue goes through what we call the channel around the world. And so they've been an enterprise supplier for quite some time. And so to me, what was one of the most interesting numbers when I spoke to Antonio, I actually talked to him after the close last night, was that 15% of the AI orders that they had came from enterprise AI. So what that tells me is that, so if you think about the AI market, it's kind of like it's like a pyramid, and at the very, very top, you've got these model builders, and these are the hyperscalers. These are the large companies you know every day. These are the Facebooks with their models. And then you've got these AI clouds, which are sort of that middle band. And those AI clouds are going to be like large governments, supercomputer installations. Don't forget, HP bought Cray a number of years ago. And so HP has massive experience servicing those customers. And then at the bottom of that pyramid, you've got the enterprise. These are companies like United Airlines, companies like American Express. These companies now represent 15% of the AI opportunity. That represents just millions and millions of places where HP can sell over time. And they've got the reach into those customers. And those customers are just starting to experiment with this technology. So now for the top of that pyramid and for the mid part of that pyramid, HP has really sophisticated technology around building, configuring, and providing the services to these products at scale with water-cooled technology, sophisticated power management technology. When you start going down that pyramid, those customers are going to start building out larger and larger and larger installations, and HP wants to bring that prowess down to that set of customers. And I think we're starting to see some interesting stuff in financial services. We're starting to see it in healthcare. We're starting to see it in retail. But think about it. You've got a dozen verticals that really matter in the world, and all those verticals are going to start experimenting with AI. And that's where HP really wants to differentiate, helping those customers install, configure, and stand up those systems over time. And that journey is now just getting started.
Crawford, really appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week today. Crawford Del Prete, president over at IDC, also known as International Data Corp, joining us from Massachusetts. Molly, as you mentioned, shares higher today by, double digits right now. Highest in year,
That's right.
Best day in years, I should say. Highest going all the way back to the IPO back in 2015.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. New York Governor Kathy Hochul put the brakes on Manhattan's congestion pricing plan. Bloomberg's Michael Barr with the latest.
Governor Hochul delayed a plan to charge motorists driving into Midtown Manhattan. There was talk of potentially replacing it with a tax on New York City businesses. Part of the consideration to delay it is over concern that implementation would hurt Democrats in competitive House of Representative races in November. The tolling plan that was set to start June 30th was expected to bring in $1 billion a year to help modernize the more than 100-year-old transit system in the city. The average motorist would have paid $15 for every trip in Midtown. In New York, Michael Barr, Bloomberg Radio.
President Biden is planning a pair of meetings with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in the next couple of weeks. First, they'll be meeting on the sidelines of the ceremonies in France, where President Biden arrived this morning for 4 days of meetings. Then again, the following week at the Group of Seven summit in Italy. With a ceasefire proposal on the table between Israel and Hamas, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the decision is really up to one side.
At this point, the ball is in Hamas's court. Israel has accepted the proposal. The world has endorsed the proposal. Now it's time for Hamas to say yes to it.
However, Hamas has said it will not accept a deal without a permanent ceasefire agreement with Israel. Boeing's long-delayed space taxi lifted off this morning.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes.
Starliner is carrying its first astronauts bound for the International Space Station, a crucial test for Boeing and NASA. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ripping higher. Mag 7 driving stocks toward records. S&P right now close to the best level of the day. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading in the green as NVIDIA hits $3 trillion in market cap. The Dow is currently up 75 points. S&Ps are higher by 57, and the NASDAQ, that's up 1.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 4.29%. Gold is higher by 29. Oil is in the green. And Bitcoin, that's higher by 0.8%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and telecom, consumer staples, and utilities were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel and Microsoft, while Cisco fell 2.6% and led to the downside. In other news, the NBA is nearing a $76 billion media rights deal with NBC, ESPN, and Amazon. And wrapping things up, Lululemon reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, TikTok, everyone, about 18 minutes to the close of U.S. trading on this Wednesday, June 5th. And it's time for Drive to the Close. Very, very pleased to have with us Vance Howard in the flesh here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. He is CEO at Howard Capital Management. Vance, how are you?
I'm very good, Tim. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
What brings you to New York, apart from gracing us with your presence here on Bloomberg Business Week?
Well, you know, if you're invited to come on Bloomberg, you got to show up.
Oh, I love it.
It's a place to be. I mean, you got the most beautiful building in the city. I mean, it's just fun.
Honestly, we love having you, and we love having you in the studio. I should note that you've got about $5.5 billion in assets under management. I got to be honest with you. There are two reasons why we love having you on the program. One, you go specific with stocks that you like. You tell us names. Not everybody gives us names. And two, it's the HCM byline.
Yeah.
We got to learn more about this. Can you tell it for those of us who are coming in fresh all about this proprietary tool and just how special it is?
Well, you know, we're very much a quant-driven shop, and we're very much mathematically driven. We try to take the emotions out of the equation. And the thing about the HCM byline, it's an intermediate-term trend indicator. And I tell people repeatedly, there's two things you don't want to fight. Normally, you don't want to fight the Fed, right? Well, too many people want to fight the trend. If the trend's up, just let the noise slide away and take some trades and make some money. I've seen more people lose out on being multimillionaires because they wouldn't take enough risk. And if they would just follow the trend, they would be fine. And so that's what the HCM byline does. It takes the emotions out, keeps you in the market when it's going up, even if it gets a little sloppy. That doesn't mean sell. Usually, like what's going on now, we've been telling our investors that any pullback's a viable opportunity. Buy.
How big of a pullback is an opportunity?
It doesn't really matter. We got that little 4% pullback that we had, a month and a half ago?
Yeah, April was, in hindsight, a pretty good opportunity.
It was very good. We added money. We were 100% invested. We got a little bit more than 100%. So.
What's the HCM byline telling you right now?
It's saying buy. This thing's going higher.
AI or everything?
Everything. Well, this is the beautiful part. Let's talk about that for a second, because over the past week to 2 weeks is the first time we've really started to see the market spread out. You know, small caps look like they may be starting to want to do something which haven't done anything for a while. Look at biotech. You know, biotech's actually starting to have some 52-week highs, like, Merck's starting to get close, and Moderna's looking strong. You know, Regeneron's it just broke out to a 52-week high. And if you don't want to play the individual stocks, look at IBB.
Okay, so we'll talk about some of these names in a minute, but I want to stick on the byline and what it's telling you, because you said you're 100% invested, roughly, in the market right now. At what point are you going to start to take a little bit of that cash and put it on the sidelines for more opportunities?
Not until the byline goes negative. We will stay long this market until the byline goes negative.
And again, explain the inputs to the byline.
The inputs to the byline, it mainly is a trend indicator, and what it does is averages all the different indexes together that we find important. And so it's not a short-term indicator. It's very much an intermediate-term indicator.
What's an intermediate term?
Well, I would say anywhere from 1 year to 2 years before you get it. So it'll last for quite a long time. And the markets don't run forever before they want to have a modest correction. We all get that. We all understand that. But those aren't bad things. If you pull some money off and let it sell off and buy back in, it's a wonderful thing. So you just need to have some sort of mathematical ability to be able to gauge these things, because emotions kill you. They just you'll lose off trading off what you think. What you think is usually rarely what happens.
But if you're talking about like so much of the thesis here is really going with the trend. Obviously, like you just said, not everything lasts forever.
Right.
So how do you call the top or call the bottom? How do you know?
We've never called a top or bottom. We never do that. And when you have a trend indicator, you're never going to call the top or bottom. It's always going to have to sell off to some degree before the trend changes. And on an uptrend, when it turns back up, there's going to have to be some lift up in the market before it turns back to a positive trend. But the goal is to try to catch the turn as best you can on the down to save yourself, and on the turn back up to catch it as close as you can to the turn.
Okay, you've got how many years have you been using the byline indicator?
Oh, we've been using going on 25 years now. So long, and of course we've always tried to make it better.
Give the track record. You have the track record.
Yeah, we've got it's got a 73% hit rate, about a 27% when it's wrong. But the good part is it doesn't stay wrong. It reverses course pretty quickly. So if you're wrong, you don't stay long for very long.
Was it around in the .com bubble?
It was. It did wonderful.
Yeah, really? Okay. It knew that this trend was ending.
Well, I can tell you exactly what it did. We went to cash on January the 7th of 2008. We came back into the market on March of 2009. Virtually missed almost everything. I think our accounts were down about 1.5% in 2008.
Oh.
When was the time in the 27% when it got wrong and you made a mistake?
2022. It's been through 5 bear markets. And I tell people this, we're not perfect. The byline's not perfect. They don't make a perfect system. But we've been through 5 bear markets. We've done very, very well in 4. And in 2022, for the first time, we were average.
Well, that's when a lot of people were calling for a recession to start, right? Is that what was, to take us back then?
Well, there was a lot of whipsaw in there. And you had, this is the first time we've seen the Fed really raise interest rates, and it hammered bonds, just absolutely thrashed bonds. And so it was a really interesting time to trade, and it's just one of those things. Nothing's perfect. We're not perfect, but, I'll take 80%, on a bear market.
So can folks get access to the HCM byline through ETF exposure?
They can. We've got 2 of our ETFs trade off the HCM byline. And all of our funds do. So, we scale out when the byline's negative.
Do you also, you also take individual clients, high net worth individuals?
We have one of our fastest growing divisions, and we started about 4 years ago, was our private wealth services division, which has, I think it's a $5 million minimum. But we do deal with a lot of the high net worth individuals. And I got to tell you, I enjoy them a lot. I enjoy everybody a lot. But your high net worth individuals, a lot of times they're doing not only are they wealthy people, but they're doing very interesting things with their lives, so they're fun to be around. They're out there.
But most of the assets you have under management are in your mutual funds.
A lot of it is, yeah, but our high net worth is growing, really quick.
So. Okay, let's talk about some of these companies.
I was just going to say, let's get into some of these stocks. So you talked about a few of the biotech ones before in Merck and Moderna. We also got Regeneron in here. What's the outtake right now on the biotech and healthcare space?
So what's the outlook?
Yes, sorry.
Well, like I said, this is very, very encouraging. And what I've seen now is the market starting to broaden out. We've had the Magnificent Seven carrying this thing for a couple of years now. And I think what's going on now, and I talked about it in my last newsletter, is that you look at the 20-year treasuries have dropped down. I think that interest rates are going to start to drop organically. That means that bonds are going to start to move higher, which is quite interesting. But as interest rates start to drop, this market's going to broaden out to small caps, mid caps, and different sectors of the markets. Biotech has not done well the past 2 years, but it is starting to look better and better to us now. So as the market broadens out, I think there's a lot more opportunity for people.
Yeah, and you also flagged the iShares Biotechnology ETF, so it can probably get some exposure that way too.
Well, it's like I tell people all the time, if you don't want to pick an individual stock, just get the whole thing. Get all of them in one. And let me tell you, this doesn't just go for individual investors. We trade ETFs all day long too, just like we would a stock. So they're wonderful. They're liquid. They're great.
All right, let's talk about Salesforce, because hard to believe it was just about a week ago when we got those numbers from the company. We only have about 30 seconds left, Vance. You got this on your list of stocks to watch.
I do.
It's been getting killed.
It has. Well, this was a gift. We didn't own it when it dropped, but this is a gift to drop this 20%. And there's so many wonderful things about Salesforce that we like. Number one, if you think about this logically, it's off 20%. This is a great company. There's a couple of things I like about it. One, they have recurring revenue. Okay. You don't have to go out and resell it every month. Every month you get a check on recurring revenue. Number two, this stock has the potential to dramatically benefit from AI. What if with AI in the next 12, 24, 36 months, they could reduce 20% of their workforce? Look at the dramatic income it's going to impact the income or their net income and their earnings. It's going to be incredible. So this stock is, I think, a roaring buy right now.
Vance Howard, we love it when you join us. Please come back soon here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Vance Howard, CEO over at Howard Capital Management. Coming up next, It's Beyond the Bell, our cross-platform coverage of the market close right here on Bloomberg. This is Business Week.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Coming up after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from two retailers, Victoria's Secret and Lululemon Athletica. Lulu up now by 0.3%, Victoria's Secret up by 1.5%. CrowdStrike Holdings delivered first quarter earnings that beat Wall Street's expectations despite a pullback in spending that has challenged its cybersecurity rivals. Right now we have got CrowdStrike shares surging by 11.9%. Also higher after earnings, HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, up by 10.8%. HPE reported revenue that beat analyst estimates on a big jump in sales of servers built to handle artificial intelligence work. HPE's CEO Antonio Neri was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
One of the key areas that I think the market doesn't understand is that we don't just ship servers. We actually ship the server, we install it, and in many cases, we run it as a part of our HP GreenLake platform. And that includes an enormous amount of services. That's why you see HP GreenLake also growing rapidly. And the fastest growing area of HP GreenLake this past quarter, which grew 39% year over year, is actually AI.
HPE CEO Antonio Neri, and again, shares of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise up now by 10.8%. On an up day for the rest of the market, we've got Dollar Tree slumping by 4.6%. The discount retailer is reviewing options for its troubled Family Dollar business, including a potential sale or a spinoff. Again, Dollar Tree shares, they're down 4.7%. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. That is Molly Smith, Bloomberg News economics editor. She's in for Carol Master this afternoon, who's on assignment in Nashville, Tennessee. I told Carol before she left, try to get a good meal when you're there. And she said, I don't even have time.
Are you kidding?
No, she doesn't have time.
No
She's just
barbecue,
like,
no